Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed speakers and distinguished guests, welcome to the second edition of the Making India Employable Conference and Awards, co-presented by India Education Forum and India Employer Forum in partnership with Teamlease Edtech and DigiVarsity. This year, the conference is designed around and dedicated to the core theme of the power of the ecosystem in making India employable. इस वर्ष एक रोजगार परक भारत के निर्माण के जो कर्ता धर्ता हैं, हम सुनेंगे उनका संवाद। हम मनाएंगे आज का दिन एक विजय दिवस के रूप में, जहां हम करेंगे उन सब का सम्मान जिन्होंने इस उद्देश्य की दिशा में एक ठोस कदम उठाया है। हार्दिक अभिवादन, अभिनंदन, बहुत बहुत स्वागत। It is a privilege to stand before you as one of the organizers of this remarkable gathering. I am filled with immense pride while we witness the convergence of brilliant minds and leaders who are committed to shaping the future of employability in our great country that we proudly call India, Bharat. Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya. This beautiful Sanskrit verse meaning, may all beings be happy, may all be free from disease, embodies the spirit of collective progress and well-being. As we gather at this conference, we stand at the crossroads of opportunity and responsibility. No single person or organization can solve this massive challenge. It requires the combined strength of an entire ecosystem. Academia alone cannot bridge the skills gap, nor can industry. Government or philanthropists act in isolation. Together, we will need to unite our resources, expertise, and efforts to create a collaborative framework. Our collective strength will be the catalyst for transformation, paving the way for a future where every individual, regardless of their background, has the opportunity to thrive. Today's conference is the harbinger of a tomorrow where employability is not just a goal, but a shared reality for all. As we celebrate the second edition of this transformative event, we also recognize and honor the trailblazers who have taken concrete steps towards making India employable. The Making India Employable Conference and Awards is a salute to their vision, dedication, and unwavering commitment to our nation's progress. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for gracing this occasion with your presence. Your enthusiasm and participation fuel our drive to effect real change. Let us, as a collective force, work towards the Bharat we envision, a nation where education isn't just a pathway, but a launchpad to success. Thank you, and let's embark on this inspiring journey of making India truly, truly employable. I would like to now invite Dr. Raghunath Anant Mashelkar sir, Professor Dr. S.B. Mujumdar sir, Shri Harish Mariwala sir, Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari ji, I think Atul sir has not come in yet, Shri Ashok Reddy ji and Shri Shantanu Rooj on stage to light the lamp and mark the start of today's event.
Arogyam dhana sampada shubham kurutvam kalyanam Arogyam dhana sampada shatru buddhi vinashaya Deepajyotir namostute Deepajyotir namostute Shubham kurutvam kalyanam Arogyam dhana sampada 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 Shatru buddhi vinashaya Deepajyotir namostute Deepajyotir namostute Shubham kurutvam kalyanam Arogyam dhana sampada Shubham kurutvam kalyanam Arogyam dhana sampada.
May I now request everyone to stand up for the national anthem?
Jana Gana Mana Adinam
Thank you, everyone. I would now call upon Mr. Shantanu Rooj, founder and CEO of TeamLease Edtech, to come up on stage for the opening address. Over to you, Shantanu.
Good afternoon. It is both an honor and a privilege to address this august gathering today. We are all united by a shared mission, the mission of making India employable, which is just not a goal for all of us, but it's a collective responsibility that requires the involvement of every single stakeholder to achieve what we want to achieve. India today stands at a very unique juncture in its history. With a population of about 1.4 billion people, 65% of which are under the age of 35, we have an unprecedented opportunity to make the maximum of our demographic dividend. However, despite being one of the fastest growing economies, the challenge is about the unemployability today. Unemployment, especially amongst the educated youth, is quite high. I've been told that less than 50% of the graduates coming out from Indian universities and colleges are actually employable by market standards. Mark you me. It's not about being employed, it's about unemployable. What we need at this point in time is a revolution, is something that has to reimagine this entire ecosystem. What we need is a holistic system that can skill, reskill, and upskill everyone at every stage of their career journey. One that brings industry, academia, government all put together. Something that can not only create job seekers, but can also produce job creators, leaders, and entrepreneurs. A continuum between repair, prepare, and upgrade. The future of India's success and progress rests on our ability to create this ecosystem and this collaborative framework that equips people for the jobs of today and tomorrow. This is not only the first time that we are facing such a challenge. Umpteen times in the past has India actually demonstrated its resolve, power, and determination and solved massive gargantuan problems. Be it the COVID pandemic, the Green Revolution, the eradication of polio, the eradication of smallpox, all of these are testimony that if we all get together with the right intent and resolve, we can solve really large-scale problems. In the 50s and the 60s, or actually 60s and the 70s, there was a massive food crisis in India. The government, there were thought-provoking leaders like Dr. M.S. Swaminathan, who all got together to create new policies. NGOs and international organizations brought in a lot of funds there. And ultimately, history was created when India actually progressed from a food deficient nation to one of India's largest agriculture producers. It stands a powerful reminder that when academia, industry, and government unite with a shared mission, strong intent, we can overcome significant challenges and shape a prosperous future for all of us. The challenges in higher education are just not an Indian problem. It's actually a global phenomenon. The world has produced more graduates in the last 35 years than in the 800 years before that. I have been told that 60% of the taxi drivers in Korea are graduates today. 31% of the retail checkout clerks in the United States are graduates today. And even in India, 15% of the higher-end security guards are graduates today, which means that degree isn't the same anymore. However, ask any CEO in this room, and they will tell you that they find it very difficult to fill up the open position that they have to offer. NEP 2020 frames a progressive vision of an integrated development. It creates the right conditions for spontaneous combustion without putting the industry on fire. It envisions skill building, layering over higher education framework, and creates an integrated glide path for an innovative and an inclusive higher education system. This provides an inflection point and a springboard for all of us to reimagine higher education in India. The world has not yet found out the recipe from education to employment, but the ingredients are becoming more clear now. And I believe that this time, the universe is all coming together. It's conniving to make us all successful. The academia, the industry, the policy, non-profits, CSRs, and the catalysts, organizations like us who work behind the scene bringing all together. I think we are here to create a very new recipe. At Team Lead's Edtech, through our initiative named DigiVarsity, we work with universities, employers, governments, and non-profits to create innovative work-integrated learning program that embed 3 important criteria. Learning by doing, practice everything that you learn. Earning while learning, bringing innovation in education financing, and learning with employers signaling value. Today, employers do not just want education, nor do they just want skills. They want evidence of productivity and resilience. By scaling these initiatives, we believe that we can create a profound and lasting impact and ensure a future where all individuals can be empowered to thrive. We believe that the universities of the future shall be the universities of work. Very soon, these 2 worlds are coming together. Every corporate office is becoming the new classroom. Every manager, every supervisor is the new faculty, and work is the new curriculum. Kaam se hi milegi kamyabi. If you all permit, I'd like to play a very short 45 seconds video to explain the impact our programs are creating actually in India today. Do I have your permission to play that video? Thank you so much. Can I have the video, please?
बीस साल हो गए मुझे इस घर में काम करते हुए। उन दिनों मेरे पास मेरे छोटे बच्चे के अलावा कुछ नहीं था। मन में ये बात तो पक्की थी कि मुझे उसे पढ़ाना है और सफल बनाना है। उसका स्कूल तो जैसे तैसे निकल गया, पर उसकी कॉलेज की फीस और आगे की पढ़ाई का सोचकर मेरी तो हिम्मत ही टूट गई थी। तब उसने मुझे DigiVarsity के बारे में बताया। DigiVarsity के ग्रेजुएशन कोर्सेज उसे काम के साथ साथ मंथली स्टाइपेंड भी दिलाते हैं। अब ग्रेजुएशन के बाद उसे अच्छी नौकरी लग चुकी है।
नमस्ते आंटी, मेरी नौकरी लग गई है। अब माँ को काम करने की जरूरत नहीं है।
DigiVarsity, काम प्लस स्टाइपेंड प्लस डिग्री, काम से कामयाबी।
Thank you. That is a real story of a student called Rahul. The dramatized version showcases the type of impact our learning programs are creating for thousands of students across the country today. At this point, I'm reminded of a few lines from Abraham Lincoln's speech to the Congress in 1862. He said, "The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. The occasion is piled high with difficulty, and we must rise with the occasion. As our case is new, we must think anew and act anew. We must disenthrall ourselves, and then we shall save our country." This is exactly where we stand today. The challenges we face in making India employable are unlike anything that we have seen before, and the old ways of thinking simply won't work. The problem can't be solved by more cooks in the kitchen, but needs a very different recipe. To bridge the gap, we need to break free from outdated methods and embrace bold new ideas and act with urgency. India's youth deserve a future where employability is just not a privilege, but a right. This means thinking how we educate, how we skill, and how we all collaborate. The time has come to rise to this occasion fearlessly and together. I urge all of you leaders in this room to go beyond your mandates, to innovate fearlessly, and to invest deeply in the people of India. The mission must leave no one behind. The time to act is now. Thank you so much.
Up next, we have an insightful fireside chat featuring two eminent leaders, Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari ji, Secretary, Ministry of Skills Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India, and Shri Ashok Reddy ji, Managing Director and co-founder of Team Lease. These two gentlemen who will dive deep into a crucial conversation on shaping India's future employability landscape. Atul ji, with his expertise and experience in policy design and implementation, and Ashok ji, known for his pioneering work in human capital development, will debate the critical policy frameworks needed to cultivate a more fertile ground for employability in India. As we tackle rising challenges and evolving workforce demands, this discussion will explore the innovative reforms and collaborations required to make India the land of opportunity for every citizen. Let's welcome them to the stage, Shri Atul Tiwari ji and Shri Ashok Reddy ji. Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Welcome, sir, and pleasure to have you on stage for a slightly open-ended discussion. And obviously, you've done a lot on this area where we are trying to address the employability challenge, marrying education to employment and creating the bridge. India is probably the only country growing younger by the year. And I think we have a very large young population that is coming in to career paths, and that is a key role challenge that we are going to have to address. And just from a broader aspect, I think even for the government, the call is for employment and employability. So just as a broader aspect, how do you look at it from the government's aspect towards the challenges that we have for the younger population?
Well, thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. In India, we do not have any small problem. In India, like our size, we have a big problems. And getting the employment and jobs is one of the key concerns of the government. And that is what you would see in the latest budget itself, where it has been very clearly mentioned that, and a lot of initiatives have been designed. One or two particularly belong to the skilling landscape per se. But the idea, there are two, three things which become evident in the way we read, or as like you would like to read the government mind. One is that there is a lot of emphasis on the creating employment, whether it is manufacturing or service or whatever. There's a lot of emphasis on the way we generate data as well, as you would finding out that the PLFS data is also being redesigned, and it's coming on a quicker intervals. There's also a recognition that every sector which requires skilling that part. And all of this is being led in the front by our Honorable Prime Minister. Wherever he is there, he will always speaks about the skilling and the jobs and making our youth not only educated but also skillful. And as Mr. Shantanu Rooj was just saying, the key is that how we disenthrall ourselves from the mindset of the degrees and go towards competences. And the way the things are developing, there are a lot of things during the course of discussion, perhaps we can deliberate in detail about the skilling part, which I may be allowed to speak on. The way it has been brought into the first is the education skill work continuum. That is becoming very, very clear. On the other side of the divide is how do we create the jobs in different areas, and how do we match all them put together. And a lot of things has happened. National education policy is one, and the skilling ecosystem which we have developed over the last 10 years, which is quite robust, and the Skilling Digital Hub which we have created, and the way we are working towards skilling with different departments, different sectors, whether it is a green hydrogen, whether it is PM Vishwakarma, whether it is the PM Janvan, You name the sector where we are working them. And the one thing is becoming very, very clear to me. I have been in this sector for a long time. One is that the emphasis on designing our whole learning process, education is skilling, so that in every sector there is an emphasis on the skilling part. And second part is very important, which is that on our side we are doing it a lot of customization. So it's not that one size fits all, so there's a lot of customization is also happening. And the way that the government intent in terms of policy pronouncements, schemes, funding, etc., is also very clear. And we have the technological, our Skill in a Digital Hub and other technological things. The platform is also being made ready, which are there talking to each other. So I would say that now it is time for us to aim bigger and go for bigger things which we need to do. So the systemic things have been handled, and this is our time that how do we go the process further with our feet on the pedal that we can move forward.
But just in context to what you just brought up about trying to embed the skill element into education, and if we step back first into school education itself, I mean, most employers are asking for basic skills beyond the rote learning that comes in. So is there a way to re-look at the education at a primary school level to start factoring for skill interventions and skill development as a way forward for kids to be ready in the future?
Mr. Reddy would recognize that whatever competencies which you are talking about, they will start right before the child is born, you know. So, and the way the pregnant mother gets the nutrition first 4 or 5 years of their life, and we have the early childhood education, which is also very, very important. Insofar as the skilling becoming part of the education is concerned, I would recommend that we should go back again to the National Education Policy 2020. It very clearly mentions that from class 6 to 8, there will be world of work. 9 and 10, there will be optional subjects on the vocational education, as we call it. And 11, 12, there will be further specialization so that the kid, if he or she wants, after doing 12, they can straight away go to the work environment as well. And as you said about the other skills like financial skills, digital skills, etc., all these things have to be embedded into the education part, and a lot of work is happening. So I would say that I just give 2 instances so that the audience here, they are able to grasp the things. When we say education and skilling need to be brought together, what it means education into skilling and skilling into education. How education is getting into the skilling, right? That is happening through the National Credit Framework, where the skilling part, experiential learning, classroom learning, they are brought on the formula of the credit and they are made equivalent. How do you bring skilling into education? That is happening through the National Credit, the curriculum framework. 6, 7, already the things have come out. We are working very, very closely with the Department of School Education, and that is where it's going to happen. Insofar higher education is concerned, for which team leads may have a few things to say, we also have the apprenticeship embedded degree programs are also there. A framework has also been designed, and UGC and AICT have brought it out. UGC is going to bring it out so that we have a very, systematic way of bringing skilling elements into the higher education itself. And I keep on interacting with the Department of Higher Education, UGC and AICT guys every day, every week. And I find there is a sea change in the way the education is being looked after, Mr. Reddy. And you will find more and more takers for those courses which have these skilling or practical or application-based learning elements rather than the mere scholarly or classroom teaching.
Because I think, historically, as team leads, we've generated jobs, and a lot of candidates have been rejected. While they've had the degrees, they've not had the skill sets that the industry has asked for. But when we speak to parents, they always talk about the social signaling value of a degree. You know, that at least if my kid is not going to get a job, he or she will get married by virtue of the fact that the degree has happened. But I think that element of the social signaling value is now shifting more towards skills. And as you called out, I think there's a lot that has happened on the whole element of the National Skill Qualification Framework, the modularity between certificates, programs, and all of that. But just from a larger element of the higher education, is there a need for us to relook from the academic to the skill side and place to the whole element of work integrated learning and everything else, and just make it more modular for people to be able to learn on the job and earn while they're learning?
So I think there are many examples, and your team lead is just one example. And I would say that the UGC and AICT and NCVT, they are the three regulators. NCVT does the regulation for the skilling side, UGC does for the higher education, AICT does for the management and engineering colleges. All three are unanimously, they have agreed and brought out the guidelines that for any higher education skilling, until 50% can be application-based, which is skill-based. So the first is making our regulation, making a space for this kind of learning, mechatronics, BSc mechatronics. So all these courses are being geared towards the need of mechatronics, BSc mechatronics. So all these courses are being geared towards the need of mechatronics, BSc mechatronics. So all these courses are being geared towards the need of mechatronics, BSc mechatronics. So all these courses are being geared towards the need of mechatronics, BSc mechatronics. So all these courses are being geared towards the need of certain industry. While doing that, it is, and we also have the framework of the apprenticeship with us. We have the NATS scheme, which is there, also there. We recently, government has also announced the internship, which is a different thing altogether, where the 22 to 24 age group youth will be allowed to work in top 1,500 companies and all that. So what I'm trying to say is there is a need which is being felt by the families, parents, students, academia, of bringing this application-based learning into their curriculum. Because if they don't, they will lose out. Second part is that when our students are going there, what do they get? And you have one example. There are many other examples where they work and also learn. And I would say that there also we need, I dare say that they also need a little bit of balance, because the roles and responsibilities of the three elements, which is the academic institutions, the industry, and the coordinator and the students, that need to be very clearly laid down, which we have tried to do in our suggested guidelines, which we have prepared with the UGC and AICT. So the responsibility is to fixed. But now the question which emerges is how much to be added, how it will be imparted, what do they get in return, who assesses what, how the assessment and certificates are being seen, how it is done on the credit basis, and how it will be recognized ultimately by the employer. So we need to work on a different, it's a broad spectrum in which we need to work, and slowly as we go ahead, we'll find solutions specific to those sectors. For example, logistics will be something different, manufacturing, automation was something different, and the fashion designing was something different. So there will be different, ITS will be something different. So one size will not fit all. So what the policymakers have done is that we have made the framework. We are very clear which are the roles, what roles each are to play, and the semblance of the balance between all the three, which leads to the employability and employment finally. That is something which a lot of things are happening, and I'm sure with the framework in place and examples in place, things will work out well.
And I mean, we are totally of the belief that multiple interventions, innovations have to happen to see what works, because we are trying to solve a very large problem across diverse sectors and regions of the country, and no one solution is going to be a fit-all for it. But in the process also there is the element of financing, the skill financing, which is a big challenge, because I think at a level, corporates are wanting trained candidates, but finding it difficult to pay for training. Individuals are not wanting to go in for training, but willing to pay for a job. And training companies are not able to fill their classrooms until they break the bank on their marketing budgets. So is there a view on how a partnership on skill financing can come about?
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. See, there are two conundrums which we need to bring about this skilling. And I am saying in a very general term, then I'll come to the skill financing. Insofar as long-term training is concerned, largely, but also for the short-term training, the conundrum is that how do we get it, match it to the requirements of the industry on day-to-day basis? Because the way things are changing, Industry 4.0 automation and all that, we have to do our skilling and the vocational education in line with that. And that is the biggest challenge which we face in the long-term training. And it is in that regard that this budget we have an announcement made for 60,000 crores, in which the ITIs need to be updated, revived, 200 hub ITIs, 800 spoke ITIs in general. Also the courses and the National Skill Training Institutes to be upgraded. And that is where I take this forum also to appeal through this stage to all the industries to come together and work. Here the Government of India, Government of State Government, they are paying the major part, and some part has to come from the industry. So what kind of working arrangement will be there so they're able to have our ITIs, etc., sector-specific needs, manufacturing otherwise. We create a very high level of training institutions, which on the one hand works for the ITI +2 level and also for the higher level. That's an example which we are trying to find out, and I would welcome the industries to join us and give us their ideas and suggestions. In the problem with the short-term training is who funds what. So there is a demand-based financing is very much required. So we have different examples. For example, in this budget itself, we have got the skill loan, which has been revitalized. Earlier it used to be 1.5 lakh, now it is 6.5 lakhs. We have allowed the NBFCs also to come in. We also allowed the non-NSQ courses also to come up. So whatever the market needs in terms of the fresh skilling, in terms of the employees which are already working in the company, they need to reskill and upskill themselves. That is also part is taken care of. And we expect that there will be a lot of offtakes in that. It's a credit guarantee, so which is quite useful to them. So we had whatever we had to do to liberalize, to make it streamlined and make it acceptable by the funding institutions as well as the people who want this finance, we have made it clear. Second part is that we also have the skill bond scheme, which we already have one or two examples, and there's a social stock exchange is also coming. So finally, I foresee that for even the short-term skilling, everything will go towards that area, where there is a very demand-based financing for the skilling. And this third thing is the skill vouchers. So we are working on that concept a little bit further, and especially in certain sectors, which we can find out. So the student goes there, chooses what skilling he or she requires, where they want to require, whether that institution is capable and worthy enough of getting that skilling, and they get the redemption done. So all these three elements, if we start working together, then we will be able to see that there is some financing is required. Finally, there is also one part which is there from the company's point themselves. And companies have to come forward and give the apprenticeship opportunities to our youth. so that apprenticeship as well as internship, as which has come recently, which is also being largely funded by the governments, and that is where we will find that the level of the financing improves. And on our part, the government, we have our schemes and budget, etc., which, as I said, we are trying to customize as much as possible, and that will also be available. But if it is topped up, then certainly we can see a lot of leveraging that we can do a lot of financing in this case.
And clearly, I think in line with what you called out, industry is coming to the table to participate because it's a problem that they face in a large way on a regular basis. But taking it to what you called out on the apprenticeship aspect, our 8 lakh apprentices ideally should be 100,000 100 lakh plus and so on and so forth, given our volumes and opportunity. So just as corporates and policy, how do we drive that 8 lakh apprentice numbers to go up substantially?
See, we already have seen a very large jump, and that we did. I mean, when you talk about such questions, then first you see within you what is that you can do. So I will start with that. We had around 2.5 lakhs earlier, 2 years back, and now it is around 8.5, 9 lakhs, and that is where the ceiling comes.
Yes.
And that is the toughest part. Initially, it is very easy. So what we did, we simplified our processes to a great extent. And even with the DBT and constant follow-up that we could lead to that. If you want to increase the number of apprentices, then, as I've been telling Manish also, we need to improve our apprenticeship embedded degree programs. And when that starts happening, we have around 3.75 crore students who are there in higher education. If some of them, even say 20 lakh, 30 lakh, 40 lakh, they enroll into the apprenticeship, then we have that objective met. Third thing is that we also need to break how do we go to the MSME level. What beginning has been made by the internship scheme in which the big corporates, they will take the interns down their value chain. Similar kind of example we need to set for the MSMEs, for the apprentices, etc. And in order to give them, need to make it more flexible. And that is what we are after, and this is what we are going to issue the guidelines, that how do we make it more flexible and suitable for the MSMEs, because that is 90% of our workforce is there. The biggest threat the MSMEs feel is that if they train somebody, he will run away and join another company. So how do we overcome that? So we have to design these perfect incentives so that the large number of the workforce which is there in the informal sector, if we bring the apprentices by different examples there, then we have our job done.
And I think, partially to what you called out, one of our initiative through TL Edtech is Digivarsity, trying to bring kids who are in the learning to learn through stipend and on the job kind of a thing. But also the challenge lies between the domain of state and center. There are a lot of early education and healthcare and all of that are with the state governments. Some of the elements around skill and employment are concurrent subject. So how can the ironing out of the two working together, the state and central government, drive the aspect of employability in a better, larger way?
This is really a tough question, because that is the heart of all the governance problems which we face in India, and skilling in particular. See, the real action is at the state level. The investments are coming in at the state level. The industries are being set up at the state level. They have different clusters. The student, youth, the young people are there in the state. So that is where the real action lies. What does the state government do? What does the central government do? Central government gives a policy framework. It allows the common public, digital public goods and otherwise. It starts giving funding. For example, if you talk about the ITI scheme itself, where the major part, 50% will come from the central government, 30% will come from the state government, rest with the industry. So these are kind of the examples, I would say, viability gap, or giving them, I would say that for ITIs, Government of India may work like an angel investor. You do so much of funding, let the state come with the industries concerned, let the state choose the ITIs, and we guide them whatever we can, depending upon, because we get all the different states' view, which is very, very important to us, which is not available to all the state governments. Many state governments have done phenomenal work. Many state governments haven't done it, but that is a general picture in all the aspects of our public life. And that is where some require some more support. Some are going far ahead than that as. And idea is that how do we bring the runners and the laggards together, and that is where the role of the central government is there. But I admit that the real action, unless we bring the state governments together, we will not be able to solve the skilling and employment problem.
And it is, I mean, our view has always been virus needs a host, and if we can at least get a state or two to get ahead, others will copy the same. Because the challenges on the ground for all governments are about the same, jobs and employability and stuff. So I think key has been to work one or two states with the leeway in the framework available.
There are also the labor-sending states, labor-consuming states. So that is also a good paradigm on which we can work.
Yeah, because biggest challenge we've always found over the last 25 years is we've never been able to take jobs to people. We've always been having to take people to jobs. And West and South being the job creators, North and East being the candidate givers has kind of played out. But I think the role of the state and central working together becomes very essential for us in the long haul to the solutioning. Also just from an element of, I know that like we called out earlier and you said there's a lot being done, a lot of trial and error elements that will happen. Just translating what has happened in other countries or economies that are ahead of us on the employability game. Is there something for us to learn from that and do in India?
Whatever the policy frameworks when we bring, there is a sufficient element of what is happening in the other countries itself. So in the government of India, whatever we make, we always see what are the international benchmarks, what has happened well here and there. In this regard, what I would like to say is that even though India has a unique condition, there is certainly we can learn many things from others as well. And for example, this sector skill concept was the UK concept. The short-term skilling concept is also from other developed countries. The emphasis which are trying to put on manufacturing and the IT, as they say, it has happened in China and other East Asian countries. So we have different examples. Apprenticeship itself is a German concept, English concept, Ethiopian concept.
Yes.
So all these things are working together in a different context and different needs. In the new skill policy which we are trying to bring out, we'll be coming out with the first draft in another 2 months, and we'll discuss with this kind of audience there also to get their feedback. There also we're taking a lot of things into account, what has worked elsewhere, what has worked in Korea, what has worked in South Africa, what has worked in Indonesia, and what should work here, and how we can adapt to our Indian conditions.
Yeah, because I think that is extremely important. We skip the learning curve, go with what works and try and innovate thereafter on other things. So just a few minutes left. I just wanted to see if anybody in the audience had a question or two before we end it. Yeah. Yes, can you hear, sir? I'll repeat the question. Yeah. Udit, we can hear you. You can speak up.
And economically disadvantaged youth get access to quality education, job opportunities, and skills training.
I'll confine myself to what can happen from the skilling side. The fact of the matter is that after 14 years of age, the free education has to be given. And there are schools, government schools which are there. It's also a state subject. And there are a lot of things which have been done, and there are a lot more needs to be done. Insofar as the skilling part is concerned, as I told that the national curriculum framework which is there, what do we teach, at what level, to what complexity. That has already been provided in the national curriculum framework. And we are also realizing that at some level there has to be a universal skilling, which is in terms of the digital skilling, financial skilling and all that, which all the small kids, how do they work on mobile and all that. So that also there has to be universal skilling, there has to be horizontal skilling, and there has to be vertical skilling part in terms of increasing complexity. So there are many schemes from the government in the education department. Many state governments have done it. We have the PM Shri program is there, Samagra Shiksha is there, where the skilling and education are being brought together. CBSE and other models, they are also doing a lot of things on that. We have also working with the school education department at what level, what NSQF level the courses can be brought in the education part. On our side, wherever we have any skilling, there is always an element of employability skills attached to that. So for example, the person is having a short-term skilling or the ITI, etc. In ITIs, we have an exams also for that. So that there are 6-8 modules in which the candidates are being taught the certain basic things which they require, how to communicate, financial literacy, digital literacy, their rights, duties, and all that things are also being provided. So that we whatever has been missed out in the education side, that is being given to them. And tomorrow that same thing can be given in a better way in case we have to give them skilling for the entrepreneurship as well.
Dr. Vidya, I think, had a question.
Sir, I'm Dr. Vidya, the Pro-Chancellor of Symbiosis International University. My question to you is on the apprenticeship program, which you did mention. So I think we need, I mean, that's really a very nice program, but not taken off as well as what one would expect and the way it's taken up in other countries. So I think we need to sensitize the chambers, the various chambers of commerce, because I think the reluctance is more from the industry while there is funding available, even then the industry doesn't come forward to take apprentices or students as apprentice in their, even the hotel industry. I mean, we have run a school of culinary arts. Students go for internships, but when we speak about apprenticeship, either they're not aware or, there is just lack of understanding. So internships is what they're aware of, but not apprenticeship. So can we, bridge this gap maybe through companies like Teamly?
Yes, I agree that, but who has to take the lead? So when you're talking about the higher degree, like your courses, universities, and their students going for apprenticeship, so I would say that there's a fair amount of responsibilities also on the academic institutions. The apprenticeship is a legal requirement. It is as part of the Act. And in the terms of the making the ease of business, doing business, we have not made it. It was earlier used to be penal thing. Now it has been done on the fine thing, etc. And only way out is to inform and tell the industries that it's a win-win situation for them. And many industries are doing it. And many others find it that they are getting apprenticeships rather more cumbersome. So on which, as I said, we have already made things very, very easy for them and will make it more easy for them. And we need to continue to sensitize them. So there's general amnesia. We have found, I will say amnesia. So we have to give them a small dose of the reality so that they realize that it is their legal duty as well to have apprentices, as well as a social responsibility. And it makes a lot of economic sense that in terms of getting the people ready for the work, their job attrition also decreases. They're also getting candidates which they can test for so many months and see whether they can be employed or not. So I think only answer is outreach and little amount of pressure. And certainly the academia is taking a front lead in that and enlisting the government help wherever required in engaging with the industries.
I mean, I think sorry, if I can just add to that, I think the whole element of a partnership between academia, industry, and policymakers is really what would drive the success of apprenticeships. There's no debate about it not being required. It's just about enforcing it, making it more acceptable, streamlined, and in a sense funded, whether corporate or otherwise, and driving the adoption up. So thank you very much and appreciate your time, sir.
Thank you so much, Atul ji. Thank you so much, Ashok ji. You will have to stay on stage for 2 more minutes, please. Can I invite Mr. Shantanu Rooj to honor our guests here? Thank you, Atul ji. Thank you so much. Ashok ji's memento. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shantanu. That is Bharat Nirman. Towards nation building. 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 That is Bharat Nirman. Nation building. That is Bharat Nirman. As I call out the names, kindly come on the stage to collect your honor. Shri Govind Raj Ethiraj ji, veteran journalist, founder India Spend Boom, podcast The Core Report. Shri Ethiraj ji, kindly come on stage. Urvi Malvania, Deputy Associate Editor, The Financial Express. Urvi ji, are you here? Okay, I think she couldn't make it to the event. The next organization who we would like to felicitate under this Bharat Nirman Gaurav is National Career Services. Sumita Daura ji, who represent National Career Services, could not be here. Nonetheless, we congratulate her and the organization on receiving this samman. The next organization under this is Electronic Sector Skills Council of India. Dr. Abhilasha Gaur, the CEO. May I please request you to come on stage. Thank you. Atul ji, Ashok ji, thank you so much. You may please now take your seats. Can we have the stage arrangement for the next panel discussion? Coming up, we have an exciting panel discussion on a visionary topic, Viksit Bharat, India at 100, an employability blueprint. As we envision India at 100 years of independence in 2047, creating a skilled workforce will be central to our journey towards becoming a developed nation. Our panelists will explore the strategies needed to shape this future, including policy changes, education reforms, and industry collaboration. Together, they will outline how we can equip India's workforce for the opportunities of tomorrow. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panel for this important and forward-looking discussion. Shri Parag Diwanji, a seasoned education entrepreneur and the co-founder of the UPES University in Dehradun. He will be moderating the panel. May I please request Shri Parag Diwanji to come on stage, please? Shri Vikramjit Singh Ji, SVP and CHRO, Bajaj Alliance General Insurance. Vikramjit Ji, can I please request you to come on stage? Shri Chenraj Roychand, Founder and Chancellor, Jain Group of Institutions. Sir, please. Ms. Hema Gandhi, CFO and COO of American Indian Foundation, New York. Can we please have you on stage, ma'am? Thank you so much. Over to you, Parag ji.
Very good afternoon, and indeed it's a deep honor to be here this afternoon among very distinguished panelists. And today's topic of our panel discussion, India at 100, Viksit Bharat Blueprint, is indeed a very, very interesting topic, and I'm sure that the fellow panelists will have some interesting discussion. So before we move into the actual discussion, let me just put together 3-4 points. I'm not going to take huge time about what could be the markers or cornerstones of this blueprint. One has been that India's strengths and progress. You know, some of us born in 1962 have seen indeed a great progress across the decades that India has made. We talk about strength as demographic dividend. We have made strides in technology, education, be it space exploration, be it UPI, what all. So one of the theme areas that we can look into is the India's strength and its technological prowess and how it's going to lead us to the concept of Viksit Bharat in another 25 years from now. Second is innovation and digital infrastructure. India's digital infrastructure is absolutely phenomenal, developed, and innovations in terms of recent things like India Stack, which is going to empower healthcare, education, and many more things. Then, as the world grows, there is a lot of environmental pressure, and we look into green economy, sustainable development, how to meet UN's SDG goals. So that could be another theme to have a sustainable development leading to Viksit Bharat. Third and most important, fourth and most important and aligned to theme is workforce employability and skill development. So, as I said earlier, we talk about demographic dividend, but are we really realizing it? Are the educational system or educational outcomes or skill development outcomes, we had a fire chat a few minutes ago, are actually happening these things? So that's another part that we're going to talk about. And finally, you know, entrepreneurship as a growth engine. You know, there's been huge amount of entrepreneurial activity in last 10 odd years. India with more than 100 unicorns is only second to US in terms of unicorns. So people say, you know, be an employment creator rather than an employment seeker. So these are the some areas that we would talk about. So let me kick off the discussion by asking you, sir, regarding, you know, further lead on to India's strengths and progress. So as we approach 100 years of independence, and since you belong to insurance sector, you have seen many sectors. So what sectors do you believe that most untapped potential is there for driving India's future growth? Any comments or around that?
No, very thanks for the and a very pertinent topic in terms of how do we build a sustainable employment economy, if I were to look at it.
Sure.
And while questions may be multiple, but in the end it is about saying how do we build it sustainably. And sectoral, if we were to look at it, typically we have to look at trends of a decade actually, rather than only looking at a particular years.
Sure.
And if we look at decades to come, we will obviously for sure see the build-up of the momentum in the manufacturing, which is already happening, along with coupled with services, which is going to change along with the new era of how the Gen AI is going to become pervasive. And the shape of the jobs might change, but it may actually end up building another demographic dividend which India has in terms of the skills for the whole world. I think so we will see a big ramp up actually happening on that side also. So it's more than a particular industry. It may be particular type of jobs which may be actually gaining prominence. And if those are gaining prominence, accordingly the skilling system will obviously add to a further build-up in that way.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. And anybody want to add on to this theme?
I just think that, reaching out to, sorry, can you hear me?
Can you raise the mic a bit?
I just feel reaching out to the people who are really at the lower end of the totem pole and giving them the opportunities to develop that skill set is very important.
So, yes, sir, you can.
I agree with sir, whatever he has said. We have to look at the decade issues and the way forward for next 25 years and how the AI generation will take up, because our majority of our population, 65%, is in rural areas. Compared to China, it is 30%, and United States of America is just 17%. So that rural divide has to come through only digital. And that's the only way we can reach out to, and rural stays there, and that becomes the university of learning and creating our sustainable development under the sustainable development goals. So I do agree with sir.
Thank you. So next question, which, because Chenraji and I come from educational sector, and Chenraji's, reputation in being innovative about education and how the Jain university system was built is known by everybody. So I would like to ask you, Chenraji, that with fast-changing global job market, how can Indian education be reformed to ensure students graduate with skills that are aligned with industry needs and future trends?
Last 50, 60 years, we have been just trying to produce graduates. And then came the national education policy, then gross enrollment ratio by 2035, we should reach 50%, which we are now 27%. But then education is not just about reading and writing, it is about the illiteracy comes there when there is learning, unlearning, and learning. It's a continuous process. So the gap between the industry and educational institutions are very huge. There is no connectivity between the curriculum and the industry interface. If you look at the top 800 companies in India, they are doubling their profit every 5 years. Every 10 years, they are quadrupling it. But then the McKinsey report says that if the curriculum and the integration of their requirements is not met, I made that experiment somewhere in 2002 when ICICI Lombard and HDFC, I said, I have 80 students with me. Now you tell me what you want. You give me the curriculum. That time we are not under the control regimen because it was autonomous PGDBM programs. I still remember those 600 odd students who studied autonomous with us. They are doing extraordinarily well, better than the best institutes of India, because the entire industry was connected with that, and they came and trained them, and they have reached the best levels. So somewhere the graduation gets restricted in the name of a certification degree. If I take engineering as a whole, 95%, 97% of the people are not employable at all. But we have in the rating good institutions in India, barring few good institutes. So the entire 15 million population, 1.5 crore, maybe 15 million passing out, and the job gap, 50% not even employable, 1 out of 3 is not even employable. The issue is very, very big. It cannot be answered in just short time.
But
sure. I just wanted to restrict it to that. Yeah. That if industry partnership and institutional synergy goes together with the government policies, which was mentioned by Atulji also, That is the need of the hour. And if Viksit Bharat in 2047, if we have to see by 7% of GDP growth to continuously happen, imagine by 2030 we require more than 150 million jobs. And the unemployment is almost 18 to 25% among the youth graduates. So informal sector 90%, organized sector, and the governments can give 10% of the jobs to the youth and 20% industry can take. If I take some industries like ITC, if I take Coca-Cola's, if I take big multinationals, Adani Group, if I take good industries, if you look at their turnover, if you look at their market capitalization, 5 lakh crores or 6 lakh crores, but their employees is only 47,000, 21,000, Hindustan Lever only 45,000, 21,000 in ITC. So where are the jobs? The only answer for this is that self-sustainability, micro enterprises, solopreneurship, ancillarypreneurship, and that oligopolists who have that monopoly is Google, but there are many oligopolists who have 4 or 5 people are into this field. If they can join together, millions of entrepreneurship is possible through ancillary services sector, ancillary entrepreneurship. This experiment, I have been doing this from last 10, 20 years. So we found a framework now after 15 years of research. Maybe that is the best way to see that we come out of this model and see that earn while studies works the magic. So I experimented on 500 students and they started earning 2 lakh rupees a month and the fees is 3. And in India, in education in the formal sector, it is becoming costlier. And the paying capacity is not more than $1,000 to $2,000 maximum. But then the quality education goes to the highest level. And the skill part. And what is graduation and what is the skill? If it can happen through project-centric learning, if it can happen through skill, if it can happen through industry internship, if it can happen through earn while learning, hands-on training, that has to be NEP gives that freedom now. Yes. So it is a time for the educationists to get into that format of capitalizing on this opportunity of NEP through NCRF framework and can work. So autonomy is now given fully. Now it is up to us to take up the advantage.
Thank you. Very interesting points were made by you, sir. So coming from Vikramji, coming from the insurance sector, what kind of innovations insurance sector can do to improve this academia, industry collaboration, because insurance needs huge number of people and, has been one of the driver of jobs. On most campuses, I see insurance companies coming and recruiting. So any ideas about how we can more synergize the relationship between industry and academia, more in context of insurance or financial services companies and things like that?
So as insurance, if we were to look at, typically, and my colleague actually also pointed out, there is 2 big types of employment which happens. One employment which obviously is on the roles of the company directly into a service. And we engage with a lot of colleges in terms of co-partnering with the curriculums. And those curriculums are where, those curriculums make people not only build the education, but the skills required to be successful in the industry. And there is for sure a big delta in terms of, those people succeeding. And we have seen that. The second big employment which insurance has, and some of the times goes unnoticed, is the entrepreneur skill set which we develop in a lot of our intermediaries, which is the agents. And through similar or a little different set of colleges or people who have graduated, we build a big type of education along with the regulatory framework, where those set of people run into lakhs actually, which is there. And I'm just talking about individual companies, and in total, it may be a big number in total. Those set of things which actually build people to earn not only lakhs, but in crores actually, some of the times if they can do well. Those are 2 things which insurance really has been building it up very fast, both on a life and a general sector, and the health insurance which is also there. And I see this because right now, insurance is as low as 1.5 to 4.5% between those 3 different sectors in terms of penetration in India, which means that if our economy has to grow well and on a sustained way, the insurance has to be omnipervasive for people to have it, so that at the times of need, they say actually in US when, and just to take a metaphor, in US if there is any kind of a natural calamity, people become richer after that some of the times. But in India, actually 10 to 20% people go below the poverty line. Now this, why is the difference? The difference is because of the sector to not have that kind of a penetration in that ways. In India, you lose your total household saving in that ways. So this employment which generates out of it not only builds that, but equally when the insurance in India is taking up now fast, this will add to big time in terms of helping the economy to grow in a sustained way. One from employment, the second from not letting it go down, and somewhere that 2047, what we are trying to achieve, it needs to be looked into from a short term to long term. We need to be growing. We can't be going with too many ups and downs in between, because otherwise the whole thing may get a beating in that ways.
Thank you. So let's move to another theme, and I would direct this question to Hemaji. As you know, countries become developed, or the countries who are already Viksit nations and are historically have been, polluters in a big way. They use the natural resources indiscriminately in their growth opportunity. But now, there are a lot of things about sustainability, green economy, and things of that sort. So what kind of things you would suggest that our industry or country should adopt in chase of becoming Viksit, and what should be green initiatives and other things in your mind across industry that would make our economy more sustainable, more green? Some thought points, some viewpoints?
Sure. So, and I'll also speak from the perspective of what our organization is also
Sure,
doing.
ma'am.
Creating these green jobs,
Little closer.
creating green jobs, sustainable jobs, is one of our focus areas. We also try to work with women. If you think about it, only 20% of India's women have entered the workforce. And so what we are trying to do is, through our programs like Village Vistar, we are trying to bring these women into the job market, where we can double the household incomes, and also at the same time promoting green jobs, sustainable jobs.
Sure.
Going down there.
No, there have been recent times, and we all see exodus of EVs or electric vehicles, and that has been one of the great growth driver, and in times to come would be. So it is not only driving the growth, it is also transforming the sector, automotive sector, and it's also greening. Obviously, there are some critics about how green are the EVs also. There's also a viewpoint or a counter viewpoint. But India's solar revolution, the amount of solar power India now produces has been phenomenal. So our own work in terms of meeting sustainability, and all these are growth drivers, because if one analyzes to set up a 2 gigawatt solar farm, how many people, technicians to raise manufacturing jobs, to manufacture solar panels and all kinds of things, So these green, and now latest thing is green hydrogen, and that's again driving new opportunities. So there are stuff that is happening in our country. So another thought process is about entrepreneurship as a growth engine. So maybe Chenraji, since you have, doubled a lot in developing your students into entrepreneurial beings, can...
Micro entrepreneurship or solopreneurship, or you take passionpreneurship, ancillarypreneurship. A group of people, 5 people join together. Now, if I take, you take the product of Neiman's itself, it's a recycled product. Yeah. India is producing, it can be preserved for lady fingers. You can take all the vegetables, that through a proper manufacturing process, it can be preserved for lady fingers. You can take all the vegetables that through a proper manufacturing process, it can be preserved for lady fingers. You can take all the vegetables that through a proper manufacturing process, it can be preserved for lady fingers. You can take all the vegetables that through a proper manufacturing process, it can be preserved for lady fingers. You can take all the vegetables that through a proper manufacturing process, it can be preserved for 60 fingers. You can take all the vegetables that through a proper manufacturing process, it can be preserved for 60 fingers. You can take all the vegetables that through a proper manufacturing process, it can be preserved for 6 months with a proper taste, even after 6 months. So you don't need to depend on the vegetables on daily produce on the wastages. If you look at the other way of looking at things, somewhere onion is available at 3 rupees and somewhere it is at 100 rupees. Imagine if their transportation and the logistics is maintained, the business can be transported from there. So you have to find that solutions through empowerment of entrepreneurial outlook, and that can happen through only practical training and hands-on the requirement within the locality of 5 kilometers. Now that is where I think the big people like Patanjali himself has created a 10,000 crore market. And with Dant Kanti, if you take, it was a Colgate was the oligopolist we were talking, or Colgate was there. The Dant Kanti created that market. The solutions can come from within. And the rural people have amazing ideas on alternative energy. Even if you take palletization, alternative energy, which will come at just 8 to 10 rupees of cost, but we are paying 100 rupees for the gas. And that can happen through dry waste and wet waste. And it's a simple process of alternative fuel. And for even the big hospitality industry, you take up marriage functions, you see the event management where thousands of people food is created, and alternative energy which can save so much of cost and bring down the cost. So we have created certain ecosystems where that small micro entrepreneurs can build. And if a youth is getting a job when 70% of the youth is not able to get a job, the only answer for is that they have to create that self-employment opportunity of the needs within the locality. And if that can happen, I think India is on the Viksit Bharat and the youth is empowered. So below the economic empowerment line, almost 90% of inclusion is very important. Financial inclusion, there are 2,200 financial fintech companies now which are getting into that inclusivity. Aadhaar card has come. We have that account networking, account aggregator networking, which is the new revolution which is happening, where you can go through your digital trials and also can seek some funds out from the institutions, financial institutions, and empower yourself. So within that area, I just give you one small example and make it in a more practical way. Because when I go through the statistics, you will find so much of percentage, so much of unemployment, so much of gaps are there. In practical terms, I just remember in the pandemic times, Peter S. Goodman, the world who lost out on everything in last 100 years, and he says through the manufacturing and through all the logistics and all the manufacturing efforts which has happened from steel, concrete, he said that it was for the profit, it was for the efficient profit to benefit the investors. And then he goes on to say that it is very fragile and in the pandemic it could not stand. Similarly, another scientist talks about the world, how it really works. Yeah. He's talking about past, present, and future. Just released 2-3 months before this book. Sure. And he's talking about how the past, present, and future can happen, and how this fossil energy created this entire foundational of all the concretes and steel manufacturing. And he goes on to say that how this can brought the food production also, but all these basic materials, how do we come out of it? It may take decades out of it. So another Ashley Dawson talks about unsustainable progressive ideas which West has thrust on the various, imposed on the various economies because they believe that it is a self-reliant economy. But then when you have these two Asian countries, 140 crore population in India, 80 crore people are below the poverty line. If that bottom of the pyramid, if that can be properly evangelized, I'm sure, I think in 10-15 years, we have a lot of solutions to provide, from alternative energy to even basic food processing, or even SaaS. You take 40%, 4 million employees are there almost 4 million employees are there in the IT sector, SaaS products, software requirement. 40% can get into the rural areas also. We have experimented in some outside countries also, but to restrict that India, the youth is 27.6 age, 28 years is the median age, and 65% of the population is below 35. Imagine if we can empower them, and if they can develop into the skill sector agnostic or maybe the sector skills, and if that can be converted into micro enterprises, which already we have more than 6 crore SMEs registered micro enterprise, but that is not, they are not available for the funding.
Sure.
And if that ecosystem can be created, and with the college, universities, MSMEs, the corporate and the government policies, if that can be seriously looked into it, the inclusivity can happen, sustainable environment and inclusivity takes place, the impact is extraordinary.
Thank you for your very interesting comments. Now, since we are coming to almost close of this session, if from audience we can have 1 or 2 points which you may like to discuss with our panelists, we could have 1 or 2. No? Okay, so one more theme, Vikramji, we could explore is the, as India becomes Viksit, and as Chendraji saying, huge number of people are below poverty line, disadvantaged, rural population. So how do you think Viksit Bharat should do the inclusive growth and look into human capital development also, because HR, human development is one of your areas as well in professional life. So any ideas about inclusive growth and human capital development? There's another one.
It's okay. Working now. I think so. They shut down the mic saying we need to take a pause because the time is getting over in that way. But that was on a lighter side. Yeah. But see, the only way a nation can actually become great, any nation, is only when you have development in all different types of spheres, whether it is the bigger cities or whether it is a rural India. Unless it happens together, it may be difficult. And the good part is that technology is bridging that gap. A lot of those initiative unicorns globally to India also have started to use digital technology to build skills, to get them into the mainframe. And the good part of that is it adds to the low cost and high dividend value for people who go through that actually. The partnership of policymakers, the partnership of academia, industry can be successful when it is also, we talked about, financially feasible, and Mr. Tiwari also actually alluded to some bit of it. But every time you may not have financial things being available. Some of the times is the democratization of the skills need to happen. And if technology can be used for that, I think so India is a good example to the whole world, where the mobile internet started to get used in rural India more than cities, which was very, very different than some of the countries across the globe which were even developed even more. So the good part is if that can happen, and now some of these skills becoming democratized basis digital, I personally see the country to actually grow very, very fast from where we are to maybe after a decade when we look at it, or even 5 years down the lane, if that is it.
Ma'am, any final comment from your side?
So I just want to say this, that currently this week is also the Clinton Global Initiative Week in New York. And last year I had the opportunity to participate in that. And I just want to say this, that there is just so much talent in India that in one of the panels that I was in, 10 people were invited to present their ideas on different things. And 9 out of the 10 were Indians. It were our Indian youth. And all of them had ideas about how they could change or bring about change on a large scale using very simple things. You know, whether it was making agarbattis from the flowers of the temples.
Yeah.
And that's just an example. But they just had wonderful ideas, and some of them were making such great strides. And the winners were chosen, from the 10 people. The 3 winners that were chosen to get funding from the Clinton Global Initiative were all Indians. So I just want to say that there's just so much talent that all we have to do is keep supporting them and just let's give them all an opportunity.
Okay. So just to conclude the discussion, couple of remarks and then we will close. The road to Viksit Bharat is obviously very, very ambitious, but I feel definitely achievable. At least I am very gung-ho about it. But for that to happen, we need collaborative efforts from policymakers, educators, industry leaders, and the youth of India towards India becoming a global superpower or in times to come. We should also invest into education, healthcare, skills development of citizens. That's a very important facet of becoming Viksit Bharat. And finally, let's harness the power of technology, foster innovation, develop human capital, and ensure that our growth is sustainable and inclusive. With that, I thank all my panelists, and we had a very wonderful discussion. And thanks everybody.
Thank you so much everyone. शब्दों का मंथन इसी को कहते हैं. Now I would like to request Parag ji to honor all our panelists here. Can we have the mementos, please, for all the panelists? Can we have the memento for Hema ji? Memento for Chenraj ji, please. Thank you so much. Memento for Vikram ji, please. May I please request Chenraj sir to honor Mr. Parag Diwan ji? Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Please take your seat. Thanks. Thanks. So you need help? You need help? Now we move on to our next set of awards. We would now begin the awards for the Lifetime Achievement. The first Lifetime Achievement Award goes to Dr. Professor Shantaram Balwant Mujumdar. I would just read his citation. Sir, koi truti ho jaye to kshama kijiyega. And then I would invite him on stage. Dr. S.B. Mujumdar is a renowned academic leader and visionary founder of Symbiosis, an institution that embodies his philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. He is the founder of Symbiosis International University, SIU, a global multidisciplinary educational hub that has impacted students worldwide. Today, Symbiosis is not just a name, but a beacon of international education, hosting students from over 85 countries and across India. One of Dr. Mujumdar's crowning achievements is the creation of the Symbiosis Arogya Dham, a cutting-edge healthcare campus that includes the Symbiosis Medical College for Women, providing free medical education to deserving young women annually. Dr. Mujumdar is deeply committed to institutional social responsibility, ISR, a belief embodied in the Symbiosis Community Outreach Program and Extension, SCOPE, initiative that has adopted villages around the university, offering services in healthcare, sanitation, financial literacy, legal aid, and more. Dr. Mujumdar's contributions extend to skill development and applied sciences. He serves as the Chancellor of Symbiosis Skills and Professional University. Maharashtra's first skill development university, and Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, Indore, furthering his mission to bridge the gap between education and employability. In recognition of his contribution, Dr. Mujumdar has received numerous national and international accolades, including the prestigious Padma Shri in 2005 and Padma Bhushan in 2012. May I please request Shri Mujumdar sir to kindly come up on the stage. May I please request Dr. Mashelkar sir to please come on the stage and do the honors. Everybody, please welcome Mujumdar sir and Mashelkar sir on stage. Such an honor to have you here, sir. Thank you so much. May I please request Dr. Mashelkar to do the honors for Dr. Mujumdar? Can I request Mujumdar sir to bless us with a few words, please? No, sir, आप नहीं
Padma Vibhushan Dr. Raghunath Mashelkar, whom all of us regard as one of the finest and the wisest guide, friend and philosopher. Mr. Ashok Reddy, Dr. Shantanu, Mr. Keval Ramane, I wish Dr. Harsh Mariwala also should have been here. I'm really grateful to Team Leads for giving me this very prestigious award of lifetime award. But let me tell you one secret. Dr. Mashelkar is the reason for me to be here today. Because in Pune and also in India, especially in Pune, I have some personal relationship with him. He heads one wonderful organization called Pune International Center, of which he was kind enough to associate me with it as trustee. And that organization is doing a wonderful work. And ladies and gentlemen like you, I have also a very weak point. Whenever Dr. Mashelkar says, do this, I can't say no. Be that as it may, I was professor of botany at Ferguson College. And being a professor, I'm used to speak at least 45 minutes. Because teacher is supposed to take 45 minutes lecture. Don't worry, I am not going to take that much time. But I must congratulate the Team Lease Company and associates for bringing academia and industries together. When I was in Ferguson College, we used to say industries are doing nothing for education, and the industrialists used to say that these colleges are producing mediocre graduates. What was needed was industry and university should have hand in hand. They should have symbiotic relationship. But it didn't happen for many years. But perhaps after 1991, when our economy was opened up, this trend started increasing. And slowly, but very progressively, industries and universities, industry and education started coming closer and closer. And I must thank Mr. Reddy for organizing such a beautiful, what should I say, beautiful cocktail of academia and industrialists. This must happen. This must happen more and more. And so I congratulate the organizers for, one, for giving me Lifetime Achievement Award and bringing diverse audience of industry and education together. Ladies and gentlemen, be that as it may, all of us will agree that education is the oxygen of development. Without education, especially without quality education, no individual will prosper. No individual will prosper. Education is necessary for the development of nation, development of an individual, development of a company, community. And so, as Mashelkar rightly keep on saying, and this is, we call it Mashelkar equation. Like Einstein's equation, Mashelkar has also his own equation. Education equal to future. The whole future of individual, society, community, and the country depends upon education. Well, we should be proud that education system in our country is second largest system. Our gross enrollment ratio, and many of you might be knowing that gross enrollment ratio is percentage of population in the age group of 17 to 20, or I'll tell you, and developing countries have different GRs. I'll tell you, and developing countries have different GRs. I'll tell you, and developing countries have different GRs. I'll tell you, developing countries have different GRs. I'll tell you little later. India, in spite of having large system, has 28% GR. What does it mean? Out of 100 persons, only 28 are in higher education stream. But if you look at other countries, America has 80%. I have a list with me. America has 80%. Then Germany has 70%. Then Japan, United Kingdom, and France also have more than 60% GR. And you will be pleasantly surprised that South Korea has 96% GR. This means that the GR and the development of a nation are closely linked. Now, what is the solution? Why this is happening? And in India especially, graduates are producing lakhs, engineers are producing lakhs, and yet there is unemployment. Now, what is the solution? What is the solution to make our every youth employable? Well, as my predecessor told, we have 1.4 billion population, 140 crores. 50% of them are below 35. Huge number of young population. And if you want to reap the demographic dividend, we have to be very quick. Quick because this demographic dividend doesn't last forever. So, what is the solution? And the irony is, our engineers, our graduates are unemployed because they are unemployable. And here lies the crucial question. What is to be done to make our graduates and postgraduates and engineers employable? Well, in Symbiosis, we tried this experiment. What did we do? After the long deliberation, we came to the conclusion that those who have knowledge do not have skill, and those who have skill do not have knowledge. Those who have jnana do not have kaushalya, and those who have kaushalya do not have jnana. This is the situation in India. Further, those who are jnana are supposed to be elite, intelligent, knowledgeable, white-collar persons. Those who have only kaushalya, those who have only skills, but not jnana, not knowledge, they don't have social acceptability. So on the one hand, those who have skills have no social acceptability, and those who have jnana or knowledge have no skills. What is the solution? In Symbiosis, we thought that why not bring those skill and knowledge, kaushalya and jnana together. So we started skill development, not IIT, not polytechnic. IIT gives certificate, polytechnic gives diploma, but not degree. And remember, degree, whether you like it or not, has social status. And I will also say it has even a marital status. I will give one interesting example. There was a beautiful girl working in a bank, and the parents wanted her to marry equally beautiful and smart boy, earning every month 50,000, whereas this girl was earning 25,000. Both apparently agreed. But while leaving the house, the girl asked, "In which subject are you a graduate?" He said, "No, I am a plumber." "You are a plumber? You are not a graduate?" So believe me, she refused to marry that boy. Why? Because if I am a graduate, and if my husband is not graduate, this is not acceptable to the society, acceptable to her also. So, in Symbiosis, we decided that both skill and knowledge should be combined. And that is how we started degrees which give more emphasis, 70% skills and 30% book knowledge, bookish knowledge, theory. 70% skills and 30% theory. And for the first time, believe me, we started degrees, granting degrees, producing graduates with skills. We started first university, Symbiosis Skill and Open University, for the first time in Maharashtra. I don't know, but I dare to say that even in India. And it became very, very successful experiment. My daughter Swati is leading that particular two universities, one in Indore and second in Pune. And government has also recognized that skill university is a separate category. Skill university and conventional university are different types of universities. And so this year, in NIRF Doctor, they have created additional category, and that is skill university. And I am proud to say that our Symbiosis Skill and Open University got first rank in the entire country. What does it mean? It means that more and more skill development universities must be established. Government should stop granting permission for, I won't say for all, but now time has come for government to encourage. the skill universities. That does not mean that conventional universities, research universities, teaching universities should not be there. But skill universities should be recognized. Skill universities should be, what should I say, given proper encouragement. Somebody over there talked about skills in Grameen area. You have asked a very interesting and important question. And I must give you my own experience and an example. If India is to develop, our villages must develop. And if these villages don't develop, there is little possibility that our country will be a developed country, because 640 lakh villages are there in our country. So real nation, India as a nation, resides in rural areas rather than in urban area. Dr. Mashelkar, it so happened that I got long ago, I am telling you the story of yesteryears. I got a very costly foreign-made mobile. And somehow it couldn't work. There was no service center for that brand. And many people told me that, well, you will have to send it back to that country. And that will cost you at least 40,000. I do not know what to do. Ultimately, I said, I must do something. Let me try. And therefore, there are some roadside business people, boys, coming from rural areas. And I found one tapari on the highway where two boys, aged about 20 to 22, they had put up a board, and that board had phone repair. They had not put telephone, mobile repair shop. The spelling was also wrong. So I said, let me try. I saw those two boys, they were wearing dirty clothes. Perhaps they had not taken bath for 2-3 days. I said, can you repair this? They said, yes, why not? And believe me, in 5 to 6 minutes, they repaired that mobile. Friends, I saw India's future in their eyes. I saw India's future in their eyes because who knows, tomorrow they will start bigger garage, they will employ people. So, in rural areas, there are men and women, boys and girls who have tremendous talent. I come from Kolhapur district. There was one person called Madhva Mistry, and he was such a wonderful person that he prepared, what should I say, a circular move, Firta Rangapanch, a moving stage, what should I say, moving stage. But he was uneducated. So we must recognize that in rural areas there is a talent which is not educated, but having tremendous skills. And perhaps our government should think of starting rural skill talent search scheme. And perhaps that will go a long way in making Bharat employable. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your patient hearing, and thank you for bestowing upon me a very prestigious honor of lifetime achievement. Thank you.
Heartfelt gratitude to Majumdar sir and his family. We're really honored to have you here. Thank you so much. We now move on to our next Lifetime Achievement Award. The next Lifetime Achievement Award goes to Shri Harsh Mariwala. He was here in the event, but unfortunately, due to some commitments, he had to leave early. Nonetheless, I will just read his citation for all of you. Shri Harsh Mariwala, Chairman of Marico Limited and founder of the Marico Innovation Foundation, MIF, has left an indelible mark on India's entrepreneurial landscape. He is celebrated for transforming Marico into one of India's leading consumer goods companies, known for brands like Parachute and Saffola. His business acumen is matched by his commitment to fostering innovation through the Marico Innovation Foundation, which he established in 2003. Mr. Mariwala is also a pioneer in mental health advocacy through the Mariwala Health Initiative, MHI, founded in 2015, which focuses on improving mental health services for marginalized communities. His leadership style, characterized by transparency and ethical governance, has earned him prestigious accolades, including the EY Entrepreneur of the Year Award in 2020 and the AIMA Lifetime Achievement Award in 2021. His continued commitment to innovation and social welfare makes him a true visionary whose contributions extend beyond business to societal transformation. Mr. Harsh Mariwala, this is an applause for you. He did attend the event, but he had to leave a little early, like I said. Now, I would move on to the next set of awards, which is the Managing Director of the Year. The first awardee in this category is Shri Anil Rai Gupta, the Chairman and Managing Director of Havells India. Unfortunately, Shri Anil Rai Gupta ji is also not present here, but I would like to talk something about him even though he's not here. Anil Rai Gupta ji's visionary leadership has been instrumental in transforming Havells India into a leading name in the electrical and consumer durables industry. Since taking the helm in 2014, he has driven the company's remarkable expansion, growing it into a diversified powerhouse with a presence in over 40 countries. His strategic acquisition of Lloyd Electrical Engineering, which significantly expanded Havells' portfolio into consumer durables, showcases his commitment to innovation and forward-thinking growth strategies. Under his leadership, Havells has not only strengthened its market position in India, but also has embraced Make in India, producing 95% of India's products domestically across 13 manufacturing plants. This focus on in-house production and consistent investment in R&D with over rupees 102 crore invested in FY20 has set Havells apart as a leader in quality and innovation. This award celebrates his outstanding contribution to Havells' growth, his strategic foresight, and his continued commitment to excellence in leadership. Shri Gupta ji could not make it to the event here, but nonetheless, we are honored to bestow this award to him. The second person to receive the prestigious MD of the Year award is Shri Tapan Singhal ji. We are proud to honor Shri Tapan Singhal, the Managing Director and CEO of Bajaj Allianz General Insurance, with the prestigious MD of the Year award. With over 30 years of experience in the insurance industry, Mr. Singhal has consistently demonstrated visionary leadership in driving Bajaj Allianz General Insurance to new heights. Under his stewardship, the company has achieved remarkable financial success. Mr. Singhal's leadership philosophy, which emphasizes people-first values and innovation, has redefined the customer experience in the insurance sector. Tapan Singhal ji's contributions extend beyond corporate success as he continuously advocates for insurance penetration at all levels of society, bringing much-needed protection to underdeserved communities. His leadership has not only transformed Bajaj Allianz, but has also significantly impacted the insurance landscape in India. This award recognizes his outstanding contributions, visionary leadership, and dedication to making insurance more accessible and customer-friendly. Unfortunately, due to some last-moment challenges, Tapanji could not be here with us to collect this award. However, he has sent a short video as his message to us here. Can we please play the video?
I'm grateful for the award. I'm grateful to the jury, to the organization. And I'll tell you why this award means a lot to me. 2014, I was the president of the Indo-German Chambers, and we were leading trade delegations to Germany. And that time, wherever we went, they were so excited that India has such a huge demographic dividend that no one can stop India from becoming a global superpower. And I would be thinking that if we cannot generate employment, then this may actually become hugely negative. And that time when I came back to India, one of my personal commitments to myself and then with my team we discussed and collective was that we should be generating at least 1 million employment. And I'm grateful that I'm part of the insurance industry because the industry has the potential to generate massive unemployment. And that is where we could push forward our thoughts and ideas on how to do that. For a country to become a superpower that we all want it to be, this is one of the key important fulcrums which can take it there. And that is why the organizers, people thinking about it, putting this together, bringing to the fore are so important and why I'm grateful to them. Thank you very much.
May I please request Dr. Mashelkar to give away this award to Vikramji. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mashelkar, sir. You may kindly take the seat, but I'll be calling you up again very soon. Our next set of awards would be for the Chancellor and the Vice-Chancellor of the Year. The Chancellor of the Year award goes to Shri Jitendra Joshi, Chancellor, Uttaranchal University. Shri Jitendra Joshi's visionary leadership and dedication have been pivotal in transforming Uttaranchal University into a premier institution of higher education in India. As the founding Chancellor, Mr. Joshi has worked tirelessly to establish an ecosystem for excellence in education, bringing his dream of creating a temple of education in Dehradun to life. His commitment to research, innovation, and student-centric learning has shaped the university's success, positioning it amongst the leading multidisciplinary universities in India. Under his leadership, Uttaranchal University achieved NAC A+ accreditation, reflecting the institution's high standards of academic excellence. His focus on quality teaching, industry-academia collaboration, and infrastructure development has provided students with unique opportunities for holistic growth. He's not here with us, but nonetheless, I would request every one of you to give him a round of applause. The next category is the Vice-Chancellor of the Year. May I please invite on stage Mr. Chenraj Roychand, Chancellor, Jain Deemed to be University and Founder Chairman, Jain Group, to give away this award. The Vice-Chancellor of the Year award goes to Professor Dr. Muhammad Afshar Alam. Dr. Muhammad Afshar Alam's leadership has been pivotal in advancing the academic reputation and innovation at Jamia Hamdard University. Since assuming office as Vice-Chancellor in June 2021, Dr. Alam has guided the university through transformative initiatives, including strengthening multidisciplinary courses under the National Education Policy 2020, focusing on multi-entry and multi-exit options for students. His commitment to fostering a research-driven, student-centered learning environment has been key in positioning Jamia Hamdard as a top institution in India. In addition to his academic leadership, Dr. Alam has played a crucial role in ensuring Jamia Hamdard's self-reliance by establishing a startup cell to encourage entrepreneurial ventures. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chenraj, sir. Coming up next, we have a keynote address, and this personally is my favorite part of this entire event. It's my privilege and honor to introduce, though he doesn't need any introduction, but it's my privilege to introduce our next keynote speaker to all of you, Padma Vibhushan, Dr. Raghunath Anand Mashelkar, sir. Dr. Raghunath Anand Mashelkar is known for his world-class scientific research, transformative science and innovation institution leadership. He has been an influential thought leader in shaping science, technology, and innovation policies in post-liberalized India. Dr. Mashelkar was the longest-serving, from 1995 to 2006, Director General of Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, also Chairman of National Innovation Foundation from 2000 to 2018. He was the President of Indian National Science Academy from 2004 to 2006, as also the President of Global Research Alliance from 2007 to 2018. 47 universities from around the world have honored him with honorary doctorates. Or is it 49, 50 now? Sorry, this is like a 2 days old narrative. Dr. Mashelkar has many firsts to his credit. He was the first Indian to win the most prestigious TWAS Lenovo Science Prize 2018, which is considered as mini Nobel Prize for developing world scientists. First Indian from India to be elected as Fellow of US National Academy of Inventors 2017. First Asian scientist to win the Business Week USA Award of Stars of Asia at the hands of George Bush Sr., the former president of USA, and the first and only scientist to win the JRD Tata Corporate Leadership Award in 1998 so far. Dr. Mashelkar has been on the board of directors of India's most reputed companies, which include Reliance Industries Limited, Tata Motors Limited, Hindustan Unilever Limited, Thermax, Piramal Enterprise, KPIT Technologies, etc. Deeply connected with the innovation movement in India, besides chairing India's National Innovation Foundation, he chaired Reliance Innovation Council, KPIT Technologies Innovation Council, Thermax Innovation Council, Persistent Systems Innovation Council, and Marico Foundation's Governing Council. He co-chairs the Maharashtra State Innovation Council too. In the post-liberalized India, Dr. Mashelkar has played a critical role in shaping India's science, technology, and innovation policies. He was a member of the Scientific Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, set up by successive governments for 30 years. The President of India honored Dr. Mashelkar with Padma Shri in 1991, with Padma Bhushan in 2000 and with Padma Vibhushan in 2014, 3 of the highest civilian honors. I couldn't take my eyes off the screen because it's all so much. Sir, I respectfully request you to please come on the stage for the keynote address.
Distinguished eminence that I see in front of me, and ladies and gentlemen, it's a great privilege and an honor to be here during this evening of celebration. And I want to thank Timlis Edtech, with whom I have been associated for now a number of years, for giving me this particular opportunity. First and foremost, the awardees. Let me start with Professor Muzumdar. You know, Jaideep, we have a challenge. We gave him Lifetime Achievement Award. Now the problem is, he's not an individual, he's an institution. Individuals go away, but institutions live forever. So what is the lifetime of an institution? I think we should rethink about such institutions in future and maybe give them awards like Timeless Inspirator or something like that, where there is a certain amount of timelessness. That's what he is, actually, and you witness that. Can you believe he is 90? He talked for 25 minutes. He looked like 19, and the kind of wisdom, sir, that you gave is phenomenal, absolutely. So we want to really thank you for that. There was some confusion about 47 honorary doctorates and the rest of it. First thing I want to say is that one of my most, I would say, something that I cherish very much is an honorary doctorate from Symbiosis. So I am an alumnus of Symbiosis. That's the first one. And to correct the number, it is 48. And on 15th October, I am getting my 49th from Deakin University. So that clarifies it. You know, as a scientist, you have to be right on numbers. That's the most important part. I want to also congratulate all the awardees. Actually, this award is actually saying thank you, isn't it? It's not something that we give as an award. So I think all of them deserve, those who are present here as well as those who could not accept it in person, all of them deserve a big round of applause so that they can also hear it. No, that's not good enough. I think I see some of you not clapping at all. Please. Remember, clapping does not cost anything, and clapping burns calories. So it is always good to sort of do that. The theme that you all have thought, you know, Shantanu, yourself, is a very important one. The theme is about ecosystem. Very important. And there are different players in that ecosystem. Like you said, industry, like you said, university, all right, it could be the civil society, NGOs, whole range of things. And Shantanu, it is like intermeshing of gears, all right? And one of the gears fails, and the entire machinery fails. So I think it is very important that we go back to that theme of ecosystem, because that is one of our challenges. Let me take just one example to illustrate the point. Something was said about green growth and green jobs. Yes, you are right. Because we are running out of time, as you know, and we have to make that transition to net zero. All right? And there, of course, we have an opportunity for jobs. So those are the green jobs. And there was a reference that was made about solar and the rest of it, etc., etc. And I have watched this field very closely because I've been on the board of Reliance for 17 years. And I've been chairing their Reliance Innovation Council and now the New Energy Council. And as you know, Mukesh Bhai wants to put in something like $50 billion and a single location solar photovoltaic of 100 gigawatt is coming up as we speak, and so on. So I'm familiar with the field. That's the point I wanted to make. So that New Energy Council that I chair has kind of words who's who, like solar photovoltaic. Martin Green, his passive emitter rear cell technology is used in 85 to 90% installations, and he is a member, and people like that. Now, one of the things that you must have heard Mukesh Bhai say in AGM is about CBG, that is compressed biogas, and he announced some 50 plants and so on and so forth. Let's say there are 5,000 plants that you create of that 22 tons per day. You can save $18 billion of import. What do you require? What is the raw material? The sunlight, the land, the water, and the nutrients. None of this we have to import. Simple. So there is a big opportunity. Now there are jobs that can be created. How many jobs? This is a calculation that has been done. 1.5 million jobs for the number that I talked about. And 1.5 million one-time jobs, because we have to set up those plants. So that's not a small number. But now look at the ecosystem. The ecosystem involves those 5 famous L's: land, labor, law, logistics, and of course leadership. Finally, we have the leadership. The rest. Now, the news, Shantanu, day before yesterday? You saw the headlines? 50% of these plans have been delayed because of land issue. Where will you create the jobs? Intermeshing of gears, ecosystem, some part of it failing. Then there's the issue of supply of raw material, agri-waste maybe. 80% of them are not running to capacity because that supply is not there. Why I'm mentioning this is that finally, when we look at jobs, yes, green jobs will come, but if these systems start failing, what will happen? I want to give a deeper meaning to something that I heard in terms of education. I'm a traveling salesman for India, and I always try to look at the positive side. I'm called dangerous optimist and the rest of it. So about 25 years ago, I remember giving a Raghunath memorial oration. And who were present? C. Subramaniam and M.S. Swaminathan. One was the chief guest and another was the guest of honor. In my bravado, you know what I said? You guys did the green revolution, but now there is a grey revolution. What is it? IT and IT-related services. And I said that 0.06% of Indian population in generating of average age of 26 and a half is generating 1/3 of our export. Grey revolution. And I remember Professor Swaminathan taught me a lesson at the end. He said, Mashelkar doesn't know about malnutrition of the poor. And you talked about the number of poor. And the mothers going having malnutrition and the children not developing the brains, the grey matter. Have situation changed in 25 years? Are our numbers better? Yes, somewhat better. But have we got rid of the problem? We are not. So when we keep on talking about education, when we keep on talking about our talent and brain power, should we not be looking at that entire ecosystem and make sure that those children, their mothers, there is no problem of malnutrition? So I think this issue of ecosystem we should take very seriously. I'm just giving 2 examples. I can give a 1-hour lecture, depending upon what I have seen. I think that's very important. The second point that came up, but I want to reiterate it. I remember giving Banaras Hindu University 100th convocation address. And the title of that was, Dikshant ka matlab shikshant nahi hota. That is lifelong learning. You know, Dada, I was studying on the other day this particular issue about reskilling and the rest of it that we keep on talking about. It's very interesting. The lifetime of skills now is something like 5 years. You learn a new skill and you have to learn a new skill. In fact, it shows, one study shows that you have to reskill 5 times in a career, at least 5 times in a career. And that tells you what it means in terms of our systems and processes, etc., what we have to actually do. That's very, very important. And there I find this role of industry. For example, Infosys has these programs, these 2,000 cyber security experts that they have created by reskilling them. Or if you look at ICICI, for example, 2,500 to 4,000 people are reskilled every year out of their 135,000, etc., etc. So I think this has to be brought on the top of the agenda. There is no question about that at all. The other point has to do with the fact that we have democracy, we have diversity, we have demography, and we talk about that advantage all the time. But at the same time, that demographic advantage, when I hear that 89% of the unemployed are young people, that bothers me. Are we having the demographic advantage? I think that's a matter of very, very serious. We can't hide these numbers. This is a 2024 International Labour Union report. You know, I think that's a serious concern that we have to have. And the other thing, of course, no lecture is complete without talking about AI. I have seen that. No matter where I go, we have to talk about AI, and AI is going to be transformative. In many, many sort of different ways, I am seeing that. In fact, not only AI, it is the exponential technology that is going to be sort of challenging. It will sort of make certain jobs vanish, particularly repetitive and so on and so forth, but will also create new jobs. And setting that up is going to be, doing that is going to be very, very important in my opinion. And jobs today are fine, but career tomorrow, I think, is going to be an important issue, because on such a long period of time, if you are building careers, and if the changes, it is not the change, it is the rate of change, the rate of change that is so fast. And I think we have to move with speed, work at scale, and do it at sustainability. Finally, as a dangerous optimist, I must end by saying that different countries had different natural advantages by which they grew. US, for example, it was roads and railways. For Britain, it was textiles. For Sweden, it was timber and timber products. For Britain, it was textiles. For Denmark, it was milk and milk products. And for Middle East, it was oil. What is the oil for us? There is a single answer: Indian talent. That talent, however, has to be given an opportunity. Dada, you mentioned about my equation E equal to F, education equal to future. Yes, I believe in that, but I need to correct that equation. It is not just E equal to is. E plus opportunity, education plus opportunity is equal to future. I read that terrible report about in UP, some 350 PhDs applying for a class 4 job. Education, they have PhDs. Opportunity, there is a challenge. That cannot be. I think that's extremely important. And that is why I learned quite a lot sitting right here. We require new ideas. We require out-of-the-box ideas so that we can do that with speed, scale, and sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Things that stuck to the mind. Difference between Dikshant and Shikshant. Difference between giving jobs and building careers. I'm so sorry, sir, but I'll have to call you back on stage, or I would like to invite. Okay, I would request Mr. Ashok Reddy to felicitate Dr. Mashelkar, sir, please. Can we please have the memento being given to Mr. Ashok? So sorry, sir. It's been a lot of exercise for you today, up and down. That's Dr. Mashelkar and Mr. Ashok. Thank you so much, sir. The first award is from the category of Excellence in Higher Education, being given to NIIT Delhi. May I please request Professor Ajay Sharma to come on stage and pick up his award. Excellence in Higher Education, NIIT Delhi.
It's not NIIT.
I'm sorry.
National Institute of Technology.
Sorry, it's NIIT Delhi. Thank you so much, sir. Apology for the mispronunciation. I think it's pretty logical to fumble with having so many dignitaries like Dr. Majumdar sir and Dr. Mashelkar sir here. The next award, it's a felicitation, it's a samman, it's not an award. It's a Bharat Nirman Gaurav Samman being given to Mrs. Urvi Malvania from Financial Express. Can we please have you on stage? Thank you, Srimati Urvi. Thank you, Shantanu. Please take your seat. I thank all of you for your patience. Now we take like a 30 minutes break right now. Please take a break, go outside, have some food, get refreshed, and come back. You will have a chance to network with all the dignitaries who you saw on stage talking. See you in 30 minutes. Thank you so much.
To set the note for our next event, a panel discussion, The University of the Future is the University of Work, a contemporary perspective. I would invite you to imagine the university and workplace of the future. A future where the merged workplace and university will be an amusing blend of deadlines and chai breaks. Imagine sitting at your desk when your boss turned professor announces, "Team, today's assignment, surviving the annual appraisal discussion. Worth 5 credits in emotional intelligence. Instead of semester exams, you will face the ultimate test, which is to convince your boss that you deserve a raise without mentioning your increased productivity during tea time gossip sessions." As the lines between education and employment blur, we are witnessing a transformation in how universities prepare students for the real world. No longer limited to academic theory, the University of the Future will be deeply integrated with the workplace, focusing on hands-on learning, internships, apprenticeships, and skill development. This shift ensures that the students graduate with not only a degree, but with the experience and practical knowledge that industry demands. Our esteemed panelists today will explore this evolving model, discussing how educational institutions and businesses can collaborate to create a learning ecosystem that mirrors the complexities of the modern workplace, from innovations in curriculum design to real-time problem-solving in professional settings. We will delve into how universities can become a direct pipeline to career success. This conversation is crucial for shaping the future of education and work in India, ensuring that students are equipped for a rapidly changing world. I would like to invite Jaideep Kevalramani, moderator of the panel discussion, on the stage. Jaideep, please. I would like to invite Roma Balwani ma'am, CEO, Brand Custodian, Indian Deaf Cricket Association, and Independent Director, Godabri Power and Ispat, to join us on the stage. I would like to invite Mr. Vishal Chainraj, Director, Strategy and Development, Jain Group of Institutions, to join us on the stage. I would like to invite Dr. Mohammad Afsar Alam, Vice-Chancellor, Jamia Hamdard, Deemed to be University, to join us on the stage. Also, a note to the audience, due to the paucity of time, we won't be taking questions during the discussion. However, the panelists can be contacted later for any thought sharing. Over to you, Jaideep. Looking forward to an invigorating discussion.
Thank you, Anshu. Thank you, Anshu. And I don't think the mics are working. Oh, they are working now. Thank you so much. And a very warm welcome after the break. And congratulations to all the awardees so far. The University of Future is the University of Work. Your work is your new syllabus. Your boss is the new faculty. And your office is the new campus. This was the theme that emerged in our conversation with the legendary Mohandas Pai. And that is something that is allowing us to set the context here. But before that, one must recognize the fact that this forum is a blend of 3, if not 4 distinct generations. Generation Z is in the universities as we speak, universities that Professor Alam and Vishal are leading. And in another 4 years, Generation Alpha is going to enter these universities. And that means in another 8 years, corporates are ready to welcome Generation Alpha to the workplace. What distinguishes Generation Z and Alpha from most of us over here is that their perceptions of society, value, and global order is very different. And especially in this new India, and as we march towards Viksit Bharat, we heard about that in the panel. They are digitally native, they are born digital, they understand technology very well. They have a different work trend and a work ethic. More importantly, their value system is different. They care more about the environment, they care more about being right. They will never cut corners. They have a very different ethic mechanism. Not that the previous generations were not, but it is evolving and it is sharpening to the future. I want to throw this discussion open by inviting Roma for her opening comments. And Roma, you've seen 3, maybe 4 generations in your entire span of this rich career that you've had. How has the entire workplace and the employer mindset changed when they invite the freshers into the organization? Your perspective on that. Thank you.
Thank you, JD. And first of all, thank you very much for inviting me on this very pertinent topic. And of course, on a lighter note, it'll reveal my age. But having said that, I think what I've seen throughout my 3 or 4 decades of my career, there's been such a paradigm shift in terms of how we view talent. Talent at that point in time had formal education, came with an engineering degree, came with an MBA. They were the top class in the manufacturing environment that I come from. And then they get on-the-job training, they are inducted in. So their entire value proposition that they offer to the organization is a lot of commitment. They come with a lot of commitment, with a lot of seriousness, because for them that job is very important. Now we're talking about an earlier generation, and organizations then nurture them because they are purpose-driven organizations. They're forward-looking organizations. I'm talking about the bigger organizations. And then you see the traditional organization getting energized. When they get energized and they see the landscape outside, what is happening? We're talking about, let's say, the early 21st century. The talent is now being looked at differently by us as corporates. How do we work with universities? So the starting point over there was look at research, look at incubation, look at labs that can innovate together. And those were the marquee institutions that we used to work with. Having said that, there are many such institutions, private institutions, which have now done very well. In our days, it was basically the top institutions that companies like ours, large organizations, used to work with. and draw their talent from there. But then came the millennial, the Gen Z, as you put it. Those were a different breed, and their demands are very different, or their mindset is very different. Some of them came from a background where they were hungry for the job that they get. So there was a recent survey which was conducted, and the recent survey said that in those days when a fresh talent was being inducted, they knew that they had to make a career, a long-term commitment. No longer valid. Now they are looking from us on various counts, what are we going to offer to them? Which is completely different. But when we look at talent, there are 4 or 5 things which are non-negotiable. We know that talent should have critical thinking. Talent should have creative thinking. Being a communicator, have good skills of communication to articulate, to be able to communicate, and also have a mindset of collaboration. Once we see that, these are softer skills because we know that universities build their formal skills and we see that as aptitude, job ready. But you look at the attitude. We definitely want to see the attitude of the person we are bringing in because are they a cultural fit? That becomes also very important because they have a voice, they can speak. We were in a VUCA world earlier. Now we are in a Bani world that I'm told. And now you're talking about Gen A. Gen A has so much of material comfort that they come with preconceived ideas of what they want from the world, not only from the organization like you mentioned. So you're seeing this whole shift of evolving talent, which I think universities are doing a commendable job, but there is some skill gap which we feel that on the job they learn because they have to have a cultural connect. They have to have an emotional connect. So you lead them, and our management style has changed. We are more empathy-led because we know that they expect more from us. We look at them because they are a voice on the table. The new entrants have the loudest voice. I think I'll stop at that and let others continue the conversation. But the talent landscape, we are a knowledge economy. And I think we have the best talent in the country. I mean, that is something we all are proud of, and we must leverage it. We must give them that opportunity. And being a superpower today, I think we are at the right time. And you guys are doing a good job. Let me at least say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Roma. Professor Alam, India is going through a demographic dividend it started in 2018, if you believe what economists say, or maybe 2020 after the COVID. And this is going to last for about 40 years for us. And a lot of things are going to transform. You have been very instrumental in shaping the future of the youth when they are with you at the university and giving them a lot of ideas on how to work with corporates, how to start their businesses, and so on. What is the change that you have seen that has happened in your entire illustrious career that you've seen, how the universities have transformed themselves to meet the requirements of the youth and of the corporate?
Okay, wonderful question. Thank you. See, I'll just tell about my one paper I have written in 1995 in AIU newsletter, where the academic industry partnership is today's, and that paper got a best paper award thrice. Whenever they reprint the paper, they just give it to the best paper award. Reason is that, especially for the university system, earlier there was a lot of bureaucratic setup was there, but nowadays after the new education policy came up, there has a lot of collaboration, lot of entrepreneurship centers are opening in the campus. Industry academic partnership is there. Even I'll give you one example. Being my university is #1 in pharmacy, we have a tie-up with Sun Pharma. Earlier it was with Ranbaxy for last 25 years. We are running a program of MPharm and PhD through Sun Pharma, and we are giving degree of PhD in pharmaceutical medicine. So that was the degree given by the partnership program. We introduced 25 years back. Even in many of our science program or even in Unani medicine and all. So recently, Government of India has given a Center for Excellence for Unani Ayush system in my university. Basic objective, you have to bring all the Ayush industry in one fold and give, all the medicine prepared by Ayush for last 40, 50 years. You have to again re-study the pharmacopoeia of that medicine and generate new medicine for liver disease or a kidney disease. So we are working with the industry very closely, whether it is a Unani medicine or molecular medicine, where we are working with tuberculosis or lot of viral diseases with the support of ICMR. So just I am giving you this example that whenever you go for your curriculum design, you need to take a person from industry, because now you know that this is the era of industry 5.0. So 5.0 in era means the artificial intelligence and the expert system is very much introduced in the industry. But not only in manufacturing industry, in social sector or a health sector or education sector, anywhere you have to go for the industry 5.0. So these things are there, and we have tie-up with the AICT for entrance. I'm just giving one example. So all the BTech students, they take internship during their studies, and they get their fee refund, and after that they are 100% placed in industry. So these things are there because new education policy is a wonderful educational transformation is there, where they have put, the collaboration, partnership, holistic education, society-centric. Because, ultimately the education is for what you are doing for education. It is for the society. You have to go back to the society. So we do a lot of health mela, the gender, old people, they go, our physiotherapists went their house, they give free physiotherapy centers and all. They are running free physiotherapy center from the university side. And we have tie-up with Delhi police. This is one of the best example I am giving you. During COVID period, Delhi police approached us and they said कि you take all the small pocket मार जो पुलिस में रहते हैं, ये थाने में रहते हैं, so they collected all the, small chain snatcher and all. So we trained them for the COVID volunteer, and lots of hospital through Delhi police, they are getting jobs. So even in the lower strata of the society, we put it in the employment. So nowadays youth generally demand, now everybody talking about ranking, the NIRF ranking. So NIRF ranking is talking about 5 parameters, not the research and teaching learning method, but there is an outreach program, the perception of the university. These are very important part, and how you are going back to society. So this year we have just completed our admission. We got 110% of admission. Reason is that the ranking is good. It means that the teachers are, and ranking, only the Vice-Chancellor cannot do it. It is from the teaching and both the non-teaching side involved in that, and they have to come. And 6 times we are the number 1 in pharmacy and top 40 institution in the university, and 62 category for in all. We are NIT, central universities. We are far, far better than many central universities and NIT and IIT. So today's youth, they want, quality education, because they are in the era of, the e-governance. They know everything. Now everything is available in your website or internet. So they are very, choosy about the education. The time if some teacher has not taken class, they will simply mail to Vice-Chancellor that today that subject.
And possibly CC the PMO office. Yeah. That brings me, thank you, sir. Yeah. Vishal, and all of us have a Gen Z or a Gen Alpha in our home or as a neighbor and all. All of you would be familiar with the word bro. Vishal, You are literally shaping Jain University's future. I would like you to talk about how you're doing that as a framework, both from how the university is helping Gen Z and Gen Alpha, and also the fact that just theoretical education is not going to work anymore. How is the university shaping to get into the work and the integration, apprentices, and preparing them for the workforce? Your perspective on that, Vishal.
Sure. Hi. Thanks, Jaideep. My name is Vishal and I'm representing Jain Group actually. I've just joined 3-4 years back. So I may not have the depth of knowledge on a lot of things, but interestingly, I came into the group just when the new education policy came out in year 2020. So we all know that this policy is trying to transform the Indian education system, and it's bringing more inclusivity, flexibility, multidisciplinary approach, and it's trying to cater to the 21st century demand. So I think in my mind, the way I am thinking the future of our university or the landscape of our university should be that each university should have a very dynamic approach. They should adapt to changes, and not only adapt, but also anticipate changes which are going to come for our students, because our students are getting into a very complex and interconnected world. For that, I feel at Jain, what we're trying to do is we're trying to bring in a lot of practical skills in play through the work integrated learning program, which I think Team Lee's Edtech has kind of pioneered. So I feel all universities should give a lot of emphasis on work integrated learning approach. Even according to World Economic Forum, most of the top executives mentioned that, in order to bridge the gap, the skill gap the industry and academia have, this particular integrated program kind of really helps. And I feel 90% of the people who go through these kind of programs are far more employable after completing their program in the first 6 months at least of their graduation. So this is one approach. The second would be, of course, to collaborate with industry. We discuss this all the time. In the last 4 years, I think I've been handling most of the industry partnerships, which our university is now forging relationships with. I think 80% of the global universities across the world are now talking to industry all the time. So it's time for us Indian universities to embrace this concept. So it's very important to get industry collaborations in place. And one very interesting thing which happened during COVID was, given our ranking and status, we became a beneficiary to get the license to provide online degree programs. So I think lifelong learning and upskilling. Dr. Mashelkar sir also told us that every 5 years now executives have to get reskilled. Because they will become irrelevant in their whichever work environment they are working in currently. So I think we are trying to embrace that as well. Every university should embrace this concept of digital campus, and we are strongly advocating this at Jain. And there is a serious impact of learning on technology. There's a serious impact of technology on learning. So I think using AI, virtual reality, augmented reality, you can create a very immersive experience within the university campus as well. So we're trying to invest in a lot of infrastructure which replicates a work environment in our campuses. These are some of the initiatives which we are trying to do. And I feel the role of an educator is it's changing with time. They should become more facilitators and mentors, because knowledge is available at fingertips today. But how to guide students on, some of these live projects with the industry, that will be a game changer. So apart from this, I feel we are trying to see if we can also redefine the way examination is conducted. We are trying to bring in continuous assessments in our university, and I think every university is trying to adapt to some of these changes. So, and a lot of emphasis on soft skills. I think this is a very important aspect which I think most of the universities in the past have ignored, but soft skills, developing communication with students, teaching them about leadership, teamwork, emotional intelligence. These are some core competencies which I think, problem solving, these are some core competencies which I think the industry folks are looking at. So we try to replicate some of these environments in our university. And this is how I think University 5.0, I'll pick it up from what Sir said, should look like, that's
right. Thank you, Vishal. So we are running short on time, so I'll try and keep this fast-paced, but there is a lot to cover.
I have a flight, so I have to leave.
I'd want you to answer this question, and then we'll kind of call it a wrap. Professor Alam, internships are not working anymore. I mean, corporates are saying, don't send the kids for 4 weeks, 2 weeks. I mean, by the time they enter, they try to understand, they try to add value, and it's time for them to leave. It's all become an exercise of just certification. We understand that NEP has allowed, the entire semester or the entire years to be done. Vishal spoke about how online education and the work-integrated degree program. I mean, those are great innovative solutions. But for a lot of students who are at the campus, how do you encourage them to take long-term work assignments through apprenticeships or working in parallel while doing a campus or taking part-time jobs? A couple of minutes on that will be useful.
Actually, you are rightly said that in the master's degrees there is a summer training and the project dissertation work is there for. So they are going and they are submitted their dissertation to get a degree. But nowadays AICT has introduced with one of company called Entransala. So they are giving internship training even for whole year. Not only that, this is the course curriculum requirement. The course curriculum requirement is 4 weeks summer training they will submit, and there is a 20 or 30 marks is there in that. So nowadays, the lots of industries, especially in software industry, they are coming to campus and giving assignments like a kind of hackathon. So even a lot of ministries, even Delhi Police or Health Ministry, even Skill Development Ministry, they are doing a lot of hackathons. And through hackathon, they selected students, and those who qualify good prize in the hackathon. So many companies like TCS, SCL Technology, they are recruiting them because the hackathon is the way where Government of India introduced, and many state government is also doing. So this kind of activity is now introduced in that.
Right. Thank you. Roma, I know recently you've added another dimension to the great work that you're doing by launching Roma Balwani Foundation. We spoke earlier today, Hema was representing the aspect of philanthropy and CSR. But how does CSR act as a glue between universities, corporates, and the students? A couple of minutes on that. And Professor Alam, I'm mindful of time. I will let you go in exactly 10 minutes. Thank you.
I was in a panel this morning, and we were talking about how NGOs work, or how do the corporates work, how do they leverage CSR funds. I think what's important is the skilling. When the skilling is the focal point where you're looking at skilling the future generation, the talent, then we know that CSR funds can be used for it. You heard that the finance minister has just announced this very big scheme on apprenticeship through CSR funds, but for the backward and economically backward youth. We've got a large number over there to address. I think that is something foundations like me want to really address, to create a value for them. I was just talking to my friend over here. She runs the Youth for Jobs, and she has done a commendable job. She's an ex-banker. And what do we do for that? The skilling that is required. Then there is this adjacency that you develop with the university, the corporate, the foundation, and then seamlessly you integrate the real life experiences. For example, at Mahindra's, when you have an induction program, 1 week, the first week of any new joinee at any level, not only at the entry level, is sent for a CSR program in the forest of Araku. They understand how coffee is being produced. They have to work on the field. Now, where did you hear this earlier? So this whole social impact that is now becoming very, very critical in the ESG and the governance mechanisms which are coming today, and we have to report business responsibility. Foundations have to report it. Companies have to report it. So I think there is a complete change of mindset. And like you said, the Gen A, they are looking at what is it that they can contribute to society, because they've got everything. They've got knowledge on tap, they've got technology on tap, they have materialistic, they are the most materialistic generation which is going to be coming forward, and a little jaded also because of that. They've got it everything. So then they have to see something beyond. So I think this synergy that we can create as foundations and use the right skill sets for them, I think can answer some of that question.
Roma, thank you. Vishal, the last question for the evening before we call it a wrap. We are working very closely with corporates, and you're leading that initiative. There is a product innovation that has come up where, and Shantanu touched upon in his keynote, what we would fondly love to call it as dual parenting. I mean, when the student is enrolled with the university for an online program and in parallel placed with a corporate for a full-time assignment or an apprenticeship, and that leads to a product that is far superior than a vanilla graduate. And there is some green shoots happening in terms of creating co-branded programs. I would like your view on how the industry is partnering with universities to design these programs and launch these co-branded programs in the market.
So, I mean, we have, sorry, I didn't get you.
The dual branded programs where the corporates and the universities come together for a 3-year online program.
Right. So, I mean, we are working in a 3-year online program. We are working with a couple of corporates ourselves right now. It's very interesting because I think a large part of the learning, there is an overlap between what the university is doing and what the corporate is trying to train. So what we have done is we've figured out a mechanism of eliminating and giving credits to students for whatever they're learning at the corporate level. So there is a good amount of impact. The number of credits what they're studying are getting waived off, and I think it's a beautiful product. We've just started experimenting on this, but I think in the next couple of years we will really know how the students are faring in the corporate world. So it's too early to say right now for me, but I mean,
we'll touch upon it on the next year's event then. I think to summarize what we are seeing, the gap between academia and corporate, I mean, it's starting to narrow, and the output that the universities are producing and the employability issue, I mean, it's a larger issue to solve. If you have to solve it at India, this thing we have to solve it at scale and require all the ecosystem partners to come together. The problem is for real. It's not a passing shower. It's climate change. And we are seeing some innovation in terms of work-integrated degree programs, learning by doing, and all of these things are important to shape the university of future, which is going to be the university of work. With that, I thank the panelists so much. Thank you so much for a beautiful evening.
Thank you, Ruma ma'am, Mr. Vishal, and Dr. Alam sir for your insights. Thank you, Jaideep, for leading the discussion. I would now request Jaideep to kindly present the memento to all the panelists. I would like to request Roma ma'am to kindly present the memento to Jaideep. I would now like to request all the panelists and the moderator to kindly assemble for a group photo. Thank you very much, everyone. We will now move on to the next set of awards. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. This timeless quote by Eleanor Roosevelt captures the spirit of the Rising Stars Award, a recognition of young individuals and young startups whose exceptional talent, hard work, and vision are shaping a brighter tomorrow. This award celebrates not only academic excellence, but also outstanding achievements across a broad spectrum of areas, whether through innovative thinking, remarkable skill development, or exemplary leadership in apprenticeships, internships, and community service. These rising stars are trailblazers in their own right. They embody entrepreneurial spirit, pushing boundaries in STEM, arts, humanities, and even on the sporting field. Their contributions to environmental sustainability demonstrate that they are not just the leaders of tomorrow, they are the rising stars of today. In honoring these young achievers, we recognize their ability to turn passion into purpose, proving that success isn't confined to one path. Whether they are excelling in the classroom, making their mark in the workplace, or leading the charge for a greener future, they represent the boundless potential of the next generation. May I kindly request Professor Dharmendra Singh, sir, to join us on the stage to present this first set of awards. A couple of our award winners have to leave early to catch their flight. I would like to invite Professor Prakash Mahanwar from Punyashlok Ahilya Devi Holkar, Solapur University, to kindly collect the Changemaker of the Year Academics Award from Professor Dharmendra sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, you have to stay back. The set of awards. I would like to invite Professor Gaurav Dwivedi from IIT Delhi to kindly collect the Changemaker of the Year Academics Award from Professor Dharmendra sir. We will now proceed with the first set of Rising Stars Award. When I call out your name, request you to kindly come to the stage to collect the award. Aditi Pandey from IIT Patna. If you're one of the winners, I'd request you to come to the front. Akash Sur from IIT Patna. Aman Kumar Gupta from IIT Patna. Ashish Joji from Cochin University of Science and Technology. Bhuvesh S. from Acharya Arts and Science College. Charu Mishra from IIT Patna. Manish Bajpai from IIT Bhilai. Neil Saurabh Kotnes, University of Mumbai. We need to encourage these young students, please. Prashant Harit from IIT Patna. Priyanshu Mishra from Sri Ram Swaroop Memorial College of Engineering and Management. Pooja Biswas from Crutanic, which is a company. Pooja Biswas from Crutanic. Thank you very much, sir. We'll call you again for the panel discussion. This concludes the first set of Rising Star Awards. Congratulations to all the winners. For the next round of the Rising Star Awards, I would like to invite Roma ma'am on stage to present the second set. Round of applause, please. Saranya Devi from Acharya College of Engineering Technology. Come on, we have to show our encouragement, please. Trisha Singh Rajput from IIT Bhilai. Uttaran Nayak from NIT Bhopal. Vishwaja Rangan Nagri from Acharya Nagarjun University. Vishwas Gowda PN from Acharya Nagarjun University. Tadoba, so we now have a set of 3 awards which have been which we're giving to IIT, Bhilai Innovation Foundation, Innovation and Technology Foundation. These 3 companies have been incubated in those premises. Tadoba Solutions Private Limited, Bhumicam Private Limited, Recogix Init. If there is a single person from each of these companies, I'd request you to come on the stage, please. Tadoba Solutions Private Limited. Bhumicam Private Limited. Recogix Init. This concludes the Rising Star Awards. Thank you very much, Roma ma'am. Congratulations to all the awardees. Please do remember to collect your certificates and award boxes from the registration desk. We will now move to the next event. Can I request for the panel discussion arrangement on the stage? It is a rarity when you have the directors of some of the institutes of national importance, be it an IIT, IIIT, or an NIT, on a single platform. It will be our privilege to hear their thoughts and hear them brainstorm on a contextual problem. The central government, in its wisdom and scheme of things, has been at the forefront of developing institutions of national importance. While these institutions have been providing academic excellence, the nation is looking at them to start creating to start being a job provider also, and not simply create job seekers. Welcome to our panel discussion on Cultivating Future Leaders, a Perspective. You know, back in the day, leadership development was all about attending seminars, reading thick management books, and maybe surviving a few PowerPoint-heavy workshops. Today, however, it's more like surviving real-life group projects where no one responds on time, while balancing innovation, deadlines, and the daily chaos of meetings that could have been emails. If you can come out of that with a smile and a strategy, congratulations, you are already a future leader. On a more formal note, this discussion will explore the evolving nature of leadership in today's fast-paced, tech-driven world. We'll focus on how educational institutions, especially engineering and management schools, are preparing young minds to navigate the complexities of modern leadership. From fostering critical thinking and decision-making to encouraging collaboration and innovation, our panelists will share insights on the tools and strategies necessary to cultivate the leaders of tomorrow. I would like to invite Siddharth Pai, moderator of the panel discussion, on stage. To join Siddharth, we have 3 veterans from the academic world. I would like to invite Professor Dr. T.N. Singh, Director, IIT Patna, to kindly join us on the stage. I would like to invite Dr. Rajiv Prakash, Director, IIT Bhilai, to join us on the stage. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Dharmendra Singh, Director, IIIT Vadodara, to join us on the stage. And this is not actually a panel discussion, it is an alumni meet. There is a common thread that connects all the 3 gentlemen on stage, which is that they are all BHU alumni. I would like to inform the audience that due to paucity of time, we won't be taking questions during the discussion. However, the panelists can be contacted later for any thought sharing. Over to you, Siddharth. Looking forward to a discussion which is invigorating and enlightening. Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody hear me? So I was told that this is actually a small piece of trivia. This is the biggest gathering of IIT directors, NIT directors, IIM directors outside of a Government of India forum. So this is it's a phenomenal thing, you know. From my perspective, I must share something with you from 45 years ago I was about 15, and I made the decision not to go into science. My parents were both renowned doctors. And so they thought, I would actually go into science, probably become a doctor, maybe an engineer. My neighbor across the street got into IIT Madras, did extremely well. I saw that and I realized, it wasn't in me. I didn't have the capacity. Little did I know that one day I would share the stage with not one IIT director, but triple IIT directors, IIT directors. I mean, I'm flummoxed. I don't know how to. Very, very august panel here. And, so I will try and keep this invigorating and quick. We've got a big set of leaders here who can actually help us with, how we navigate a course for the future. And I'd like to actually do a little bit of an icebreaker by starting to ask each one of these gentlemen in turn what their own personal leadership mantra is. Because let's not forget, to become a director of an institution like they have been, I know they did very well to get into IIT BHU to start off with, so they obviously have the brains, we're not going to go there, but what are their personal characteristics? What is your specific leadership mantra? So we'll start with you, Dr. Rajiv, please.
Thank you. A very good evening.
You'll have to hold up the mic closer to you.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'm audible. I'm audible? Oh, so nice. Thank you. Very good evening. See, I took one thing. So leadership means you have to take whole institute or whole organization where you are working, you are leading. So teamwork, taking all together, maybe everyone is not agree with you, but 99% agree with you. So teamwork for me is the mantra for leadership.
Okay. Teamwork and bringing everybody along. Thank you, Dr. Rajiv.
You are leading a team.
You are leading a team, but teamwork is really important for you to make.
With the teamwork.
With the teamwork. Got it. Dr. Singh, there are two Dr. Singhs, so I say Dr. Dharmendra.
हेलो, am I audible? या अगर आप अनुमति दें तो मैं हिंदी में बात करूंगा। छोटे छोटे कॉन्फ्रेंसेज बड़ी बड़ी लोगों को किससे है, हम ये सब चीज़ें अभी हमसे किसी ने पूछा कि हम ये छोटे छोटे कॉन्फ्रेंसेज बड़ी बड़ी लोगों को किससे है, हम ये सब चीज़ें अभी हमसे किसी ने पूछा कि हम ये छोटे छोटे कॉन्फ्रेंसेज बड़ी बड़ी लोगों को किससे है, हम ये सब चीज़ें अभी हमसे किसी ने पूछा कि हम ये छोटे छोटे कॉन्फ्रेंसेज बड़ी बड़ी लोगों को बोलते हैं, हम ये सब चीज़ें अभी हमसे किसी ने पूछा कि हम ये छोटे छोटे कॉन्फ्रेंसेज बड़ी बड़ी लोगों को बुलाते हैं, हम ये सब चीज़ें अभी हमसे किसी ने पूछा कि हम ये छोटे छोटे कॉन्फ्रेंसेज बड़ी बड़ी लोगों को बुलाते हैं, हम ये सब चीज़ें अभी हमसे किसी ने पूछा कि हम ये छोटे छोटे कॉन्फ्रेंसेज बड़ी बड़ी लोगों को बुलाते हैं, हम ये सब चीज़ें अभी हमसे किसी ने पूछा कि हम ये छोटे छोटे कॉन्फ्रेंसेज बड़ी बड़ी लोगों को बुलाकर, हम ये सब चीज़ें अभी हमसे किसी ने पूछा कि हम ये छोटे छोटे कॉन्फ्रेंसेज बड़ी बड़ी लोगों को बुलाकर, हम ये सब चीज़ें अभी हमसे किसी ने पूछा कि हम ये छोटे छोटे कॉन्फ्रेंसेज बड़ी बड़ी लोगों को बुलाकर, हम ये सब चीज़ें अभी हमसे किसी ने पूछा कि हम ये छोटे छोटे कॉन्फ्रेंसेज बड़ी बड़ी लोगों को बुला करके, हम ये सब चीज़ें अभी हमसे किसी ने पूछा कि हम ये छोटे छोटे कॉन्फ्रेंसेज बड़ी बड़ी लोगों को बुला करके, हम ये सब चीज़ें अभी हमसे किसी ने पूछा कि हम ये छोटे छोटे कॉन्फ्रेंसेज बड़ी बड़ी लोगों को बुला करके, हम ये सब चीज़ें अभी हमसे किसी ने पूछा कि हम ये छोटे छोटे कॉन्फ्रेंसेज बड़ी बड़ी लोगों को बुला करके ये कैटलिसिस का काम, उत्प्रेरक का काम कर रहे हैं कि हमें एंड पॉइंट तक कॉन्फिडेंस लाना है कि हम जो सोच रहे हैं, हम जो कर रहे हैं वो सही ही कर रहे हैं। और फिर हम 1947 में जब हमारा है 2047 में 100 ईयर्स जब हम सेलिब्रेट करेंगे, हम विकसित भारत और विश्व गुरु हो, हमें कोई रोक नहीं सकता। तो अपने अंदर एक कॉन्फिडेंस लाइए और सबके साथ चल के चलिए।
तो आत्मविश्वास और तो इतना तो कहूँगा कि मैं दक्षिण भारत से हूँ और हनुमान जी दक्षिण भारत से थे, तो मुझे ये लीडर and you yourself are the Brahman, and so therefore you yourself are the leader and you yourself are the Brahman, and so therefore you yourself are the leader and you yourself are the Brahman, and so therefore you yourself are the leader and you yourself are the Brahman, and so therefore you yourself are the leader and you yourself are the Brahman, and so therefore you yourself are the leader, and you yourself are the Brahman, and so therefore you have the, you yourself are the leader, and you yourself are the Brahman, and so therefore you have the, you yourself are the leader, and you yourself are the Brahman, and so therefore you have the, you yourself are the leader, and you yourself are the Brahman, and so therefore you have the ability, you yourself are the leader, and you yourself are the Brahman, and so therefore you have the ability, you yourself are the leader, and you yourself are the Brahman, and so therefore you have the ability to, you yourself are the leader, and you yourself are the Brahman, and so therefore you have the ability to lead. So to that, sir, I would say as a rejoinder, Tattvamasi, and we will move forward with Dr. Tien Singh. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. मेरे लिए धर्मेंद्र जी ने संकट पैदा कर दिया. Now I will speak something in English and Hindi both. So make it
Kannada or Malayalam or Tamil, no problem.
So leadership, those who are the good leader, they can read the minds of the other and make them, mold them, motivate them to move forward. So that will be the one thing which we are trying to do in our institution, and all my both brothers are doing the same thing in their respective places. Doesn't mean that leader should be always a front fighter. Those leaders who are behind the screen or behind the curtain, that is not the real leadership. If there is a problem, there is a solution. And that I believe in my working, day-to-day working, that if there is a problem, there is a solution. And if there is a problem, hypothetically, there is no solution at all. So resolve it, solve it, move forward. That will be the mool mantra of my working style. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the concept of, if I may, you don't necessarily have to, you don't have to be the one in front. The concept of servant leadership, the ability to be able to make sure you get to the solution regardless of what the situation. Very, very interesting to hear, their personal leadership attributes and their personal leadership mantras. I think because that sets the tone for a couple of the things that I would like to talk about. I mean, we've heard from some of the other panels and from some of the other speakers, and I'd like to ask each in turn, and this time I will go this way, away from me, with Dr. Tien Singh, Dr. Dharmendra, and then Dr. Rajiv after that, about the inclusion of, from a leadership perspective, if you're trying to create leaders, about the perspective of trying to create leadership qualities within the young graduates whom you are responsible for, so that they stand out. If they were to have practical experience with industry and corporates, working while they were actually getting their academic credentials. What do you think, sir?
Thank you. This is the day-to-day working, what we are doing for to developing the leadership among the students or young mind. Now, there is a lot of avenue. The better thing that we can tell them what is important for you or what is not important for you. In our days, we have the lack of information. We are gathering the information. These days, we have to segregate the information, which one is the right direction, what is the right decision one should take. So this is the difference and the change of the time, and it is always a progressive things. A student leadership is always coming through a student itself. There are different forums in our institution, and every institution having to give them platform to make, and they should show the leadership quality. I think the leadership quality is nobody can build it. Nobody can infuse it. It will be in the blood of the person, in the DNA, that how one can be a leader or not leader. So, I always suggest my student that be a number one in the line, not the follower. People should follow you, and that is the way how things are moving. So this is the required in each and every area, not only the academic leadership, in any area, that you should have some followers and you try to convince the people. How to convince? You can deliberate, debate, and then take the decision, then people can follow you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Sir.
So, TN Singh sir ने बड़ा अच्छा बोला कि it is in DNA. थोड़ा बहुत lateral entry की जा सकती है. Leadership जो है environment से, academic institute से और उसके खुद के perspective से develop होती है. Perspective को develop करना ही हमारा academic institute का काम है. अभी हम सुबह से मतलब सेकेंड हाफ से जब से शुरू हुआ, करिकुलम, एकेडमिया, इंडस्ट्री, इंटर्नशिप, लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स आई एम हियरिंग. अगर आप हमारा करिकुलम देखें, एंड इट इज़ एट पार ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, ऐसा नहीं है कि हम कहीं वर्ल्ड से पीछे हैं या किसी के पीछे हैं. करिकुलम इज सेम. और हम पता नहीं ये क्यों सोच रहे हैं कि हम लीडर नहीं हैं. आई डोंट नो, पता नहीं है मेरे मन में भावना कहाँ से आ गई कि मैं लीडर नहीं हूँ. मैं तो पिछले 40 साल से सोचता हूँ कि मैं ही लीडर हूँ, और हमने लगभग 40 बच्चों को PhD कराई, सब लीडर हैं. तो ये कॉन्फिडेंस सब में लाना, और जैसा कि हम बता रहे हैं, एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूट का बहुत बड़ा रोल है कि हम उनको डे टू डे लाइफ में उनके अंदर एक कॉन्फिडेंस जगाएं. हमने दो तरह की चीज़ें देखी. पहले लोग कहते थे कि फेल होगा तो कुछ धक्का मिलेगा, आगे बढ़ जाएगा. बट इट इज़ नॉट लाइक दैट नाउ डेज. उसको 50% मिलता है तो सोचता है 60% मिले, 35% मिलता है तो सोचता है पढ़ाई छोड़ दे. दैट इज़ द पर्सपेक्टिव टुडे व्हाट आई एम सीइंग इन सिंस लास्ट 30 years ऑफ माय करियर ऑफ एज ए प्रोफेसर. इस पर्सपेक्टिव को, इस पॉजिटिवनेस को हमने एक शब्द केवल बोलना चाहेंगे कि पॉजिटिविटी लाइए. उसके अंदर जो भी चीज़ें हैं उसको इन्हेंस करिए, और उसको एक उस क्षेत्र में उसका लीडर. इसलिए जो NEP आया, इट इज़ वन ऑफ द मोस्ट ब्यूटीफुल थिंग. ठीक है, वो बीटेक इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स में करना चाहता है, लेकिन उसका मन इकोनॉमिक्स में है. ही कैन डू द इकोनॉमिक्स. बीटेक की प्राइमरी डिग्री लेकर इकोनॉमिक्स कर सकता है. एंड देन समाज उसको एक्सेप्ट करे, क्योंकि हम लोग समाज, हमारी सोसाइटी जो है सोसाइटी ड्रिवन है. समाज क्या कहेगा, वो क्या सोचेगा. रेस्ट वर्ल्ड में ऐसा नहीं है. कोई सोचता रहे हमें क्या करना है. तो एक जो ये है कि हमें उसके अंदर एक अच्छा प्रॉस्पेक्टिव डेवलप करना है, और फिर ही हम उसको लीडर बनाने की ओर आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं. अदरवाइज हम उसको नहीं बढ़ा सकते. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
See, not only in IITs, in any academic institution, if you see, we are trying to push students, to give students various curriculum, lot of things to do, initiatives. Why? Because to make them to lead that group, to lead in that work, a particular work which we are giving. So a leadership quality trying to bring in students from classroom is always in our academia, in our school, from up to higher studies. Yes, certainly in IITs, if you will ask me, practices is little bit more. What we are trying, we are making some groups, small groups, problem-oriented groups. We are making champions. So if we are having some social issues, some social problem, so there we are making groups and champion. So students are taking lead in different areas, and we are trying to observe that what the students are doing better in this segment, in that area, and in this way we are pushing them in 4 years program or 6 year, 5 year programs. If you will see that outcome is like this, that 10-15% students are really taking a good lead. As you saw just a few minutes before, 3 startups got award from IIT Bhilai. So it is a best example of leadership. So taking a step that, yes, I will not be a job seeker, will go to create a job. If we start this startup is the best example of leadership. So this type of culture, if I say in last 10-15 years, I am finding is really coming in a very good way. And this generation, just in a previous one, discussion was going on, the Gen Z generation and Alpha. So this generation is having this quality.
Yes.
The good confidence this generation is having, no doubt, and this quality is there. Only issue is there what the Professor Dharmin Singh said, that they need to tell that yes, you can do this, you are having this quality, and small hurdles are coming. So sometime they need your support as a teacher, as a institute head. They need your support. So this one thing also we are doing, I think most of the directors are doing, we used to direct talk to our students at various forums. So a direct, when we are interacting and talking, our senior students like a PhD students, master's students, UG students, so it is boosting a lot them. Thank you.
Thank you. So, so it's very interesting because that actually segues me into a slightly different topic. I'm just going to give you some numbers. So this is a longish question for which I need to prepare you with some numbers. They're fairly self-explanatory, but nonetheless, we were talking about Gen Z and Gen Alpha. You know, I myself am a father of two older Gen Zs. They're on the cusp of Gen Z. They would have been whatever the generation was before that, if they'd been born a couple of years before. And I see in them, as you say, you know, this willingness to be in a startup, do that, and that's their chosen path, which would not have been mine, was not mine. And the need to give that support is extremely important. But I have a question actually for all three of you as leaders of institutions that are putting out very specific types of talent. You're responsible not for the people who are going into commerce and then setting up a business. You're not even responsible for doctors or other professionals who are doing something else. You're responsible for a very specific type of professional. You're responsible for engineers and technology specialists. This is what you're responsible for. So let me give you some statistics. In this my classmate is a general, so I met him yesterday. Generation Z to Generation Alpha, which is 15 to 24 age group, across 2 different countries. Because I heard some of the statistics before. One is India, of course, our own nation, and the other is US. And I'm just going to give you something in terms of the numbers of engineers that we are producing vis-a-vis that country, and correct it by age group, and then try to further correct it by what I was, the GER, the enrollment ratio. Right, so in India, in this 15 to 24 age group, which is roughly what we are talking about, we have 232 million people. In the same 15 to 24 age group, the US has 43 million people. Okay, so it's 7x8. Yes, sir, but I'm just talking about this particular cohort of school-going and college-going children. We are 232 out of 1.5 or under 1,500.
But what we are comparing with the percentage, how much population is there.
Yes. Yeah. So 232 on 1,500 and 43 on 400. Okay. So, but nonetheless, if we take that particular cohort, we're talking about the cohort that is getting educated. And within that, if you look at the numbers that we have, number of engineers that we are producing, in 2002, India was producing 1,20,000 engineers. The US was producing at the time about 1,30,000, 1,35,000 engineers. Today, we are producing 15 lakh engineers, whereas the US is still producing only 1,30,000 engineers 20 years later. My question for you is, Is this now, if you correct that by the GER, which is 80% there and roughly 28%, so roughly 30% here, that's another 2.5 times more. So per capita, we are producing, with the raw numbers, we are producing twice as many engineers per capita of this cohort of people that I'm talking about. And if you multiply it by the GER, it's another 2.5 times of that. So we are producing 5 times as many engineers than that country, like for like. So I have a question for you. With this coming out, with this number of engineers coming out, which is a visionary thing for us. I mean, it's a great capacity for us to have that many talented, technically oriented people coming out. Do you see this as being a turning point for us? I mean, given that we've got, not necessarily just to look for jobs, but leadership, entrepreneurship, those sorts of things. But this is it's an army of people. What is your view?
We feel that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, पूरा जहां हमारा है, तो 15 लाख तो कुछ नहीं है.
ठीक है.
तो 15 लाख कुछ नहीं, हमें हर जगह कब्जा करना है, हर जगह जाना है. तो 15 लाख तो very tiny amount. So once we are putting our stamp, because we are thinking about the global village. Once we are thinking about the global village, we don't have to think only India. We have to think continent, all the continent. तो हम तो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम पर विश्वास करते हैं, तो 15 लाख या 1.5 करोड़ होंगे तब भी हमारे लिए कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं. And today is 25th September 2024. 2047 में जो लोग रहेंगे, they will feel that इस चीज़ को जिस पॉजिटिवनेस से हम लोग चलने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. अगर कहीं ब्रेक नहीं आता है, कोई एक्सीडेंट नहीं होता है, तो यू विल फील दैट जो भी रहेंगे, हम भगवान से मनाएंगे कि सब लोग रहें. You will feel that कि 1.5 लाख या 1.5 करोड़ इंजीनियर भी कम पड़ रहे हैं.
Excellent. Okay, it's wonderful to hear. Sir, your view.
See, what aesthetics you said. See, first of all, your first question. IITs now not only producing engineers in a very, you said that very particular field. See, today if you see in IITs, medical, agriculture, and arts, law, see all these, even sports. Now we started sports also. So it is not only restricted to a BTech degree of those 5-6 engineering key areas. So in other areas and also IITs are doing very well. See, giving a degree, if you morning, few hours back, two very honorable and eminent academicians, what they said, they tried to correlate your skill and knowledge. See, giving a degree of a BTech degree or a BSc engineering degree or a simple BA and BSc degree is one thing. So what we are producing is along with the knowledge and skill both, and which is demand of the day. A compartment formation, like this is a engineering, this is a sciences, this is arts, no more valid now.
Okay.
So our students, those who are coming out with a degree of a BTech or the BS degree or the any type of bachelor and master's degree, they are good to serve in other directions also. Even the banking, if you say, the fintech, they are doing very well. So why in health sector, environment sector, agri sector, these sectors, our students are doing really good. So what the Professor Singh said, numbers are, we need more numbers.
Good.
Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. Sir, your view on that.
Okay, you have talked about the number. People say in India particularly, do locally, see globally. So our purpose is that in the world, the India market is open. And we can not only serve the India, we can serve at a global level. Look at this demand in the world over. 10 lakh teachers are required in only the African continent. Who will be going to the Africa? The best survived persons, tried and tested from the Gandhian times.
Yes, sir.
The Indian. You can see this world, any software, everywhere there is a need and requirement. So this number is, of course, भारत में सर्व शिक्षा अभियान की परिकल्पना है. If you want the education for everyone, then this number should increase, and we are in this process of increasing this number. Mostly the IIT, all they are trying to go, not only the direct admission through the JEE and other competition, but we are going to online education. But only condition is the education having the quality. And once you have the quality, then you have the confidence. And once you have the confidence, then anybody can take it, and you can take any challenge in this life. So number is required. Of course, we should take care of the quality. That will be the important. And I think there are different measures. Government has also taken, private institutions are also coming out with this quality education. And mostly the education, it will be the experimental education. Mostly we have to try to solve the problem, because theory is available everywhere. So that kind of education which we are giving and we are trying to provide, I think there is an open market for Indians. It will be the 1.5 lakh or 15 lakhs or 1.5 crore. It doesn't make any difference.
It's actually very, very heartening to hear, because one of the things that 2 or 3 minutes left, so quick rapid fire round, with respect to, we only have 2 or 3 minutes left, so quick rapid fire round, with respect to, we only have 2 or 3 minutes left, so quick rapid fire round, with respect to, we only have 2 or 3 minutes left, so quick rapid fire round, with respect to this, we have 2 or 3 minutes left, so quick rapid fire round, with respect to this, we have 2 or 3 minutes left, so quick rapid fire round, with respect to this, we have 2 or 3 minutes left, so quick rapid fire round, with respect to this, we have 2 or 3 minutes left, so quick rapid fire round, with respect to this, 2 or 3 minutes left, so quick rapid fire round, with respect to this quality that you were talking about, sir. If each one of you can just talk about how do you think, and I said this is a huge topic for 1 minute each, but nonetheless, what is the impact of digitalization going forward on creating quality technical leaders, which is what you are doing?
Certainly, it is going to help a lot, because taking care of such a large number, when we are saying we need more and more, so it is difficult to go in a way as we were doing. So digitalization is going to help a lot. And not only this, as we are talking about new technologies. So there are new technologies again need some change in our pattern and style. So there also we are going to get a lot of help. As it is said, AI, machine learning, and all this today is a buzzword also in a few, previous speakers also said, without AI and machine learning, no talk is complete. So, but it is why it is the requirement, because of the data is big. Things are, we are thinking in a large way, in a bigger way. So to handle all these things, along with the human intelligence, we need the artificial intelligence, and digitalization is important in my sense. Yeah, thank you.
This is the era of the fusion, जहाँ टेक्नोलॉजी और हमारे क्लासिकल जो वेल एस्टेब्लिश्ड फैक्ट हैं, जो थिंग्स हैं, उनके बीच का सामंजस्य होना चाहिए. So digitalization, 100% sure, I am technocrat, so technological advancement is required. But जो हमारे well truth पिछले हजारों साल से जो हमारी शिक्षा पद्धति, शिक्षा नीति, सब चीज़ें रही हैं, उनको हम कैसे नई शिक्षा के साथ फ्यूज करें, that is the job of the new जो की लीडर्स हैं, जो पॉलिसी मेकर्स हैं, उनका जो जॉब है. केवल हम AI की बात करें, वो हम बहुत ज़्यादा एग्री नहीं करते हैं. हमें फ्यूजन के मॉडल पे चलना होगा. ओके, थैंक यू.
डिजिटाइजेशन की आप आज बात कर रहे हैं. दिस डिजिटाइजेशन इज आवर कल्चर. पीपल सी वी हैव द मेमोरी बेस्ड कन्वर्सेशन. The mothers had taught us something which we remember, recall, and reproduce. So this is the digitization.
It's true.
My grandfather has given something which still I remember. There is no documentation, nothing is there. So what we are doing, and that is the reason people say research. It is a not search, it is a research. Whatever has been done in earlier, the same thing we are trying to repeat. That we call is a AI language, recall, repeat, and then see the trend. So whatever Professor Singh has said, that this is a fusion, exactly we are trying to repeat what we have done in the earlier to base the knowledge-based society, intelligentsia-based society, not the memory and recall and reproduce in examination. People say that if you have the large number of degree, it means you have spent lot of money on the getting the degree. So a skill doesn't have much degree. They have the less degree, but impacting one and effective one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Scintillating discussion with these gentlemen. One thing I can, obviously, not only of what they have reached in terms of their leadership posts, but also their oratory. So thank you very, very much for your time today.
Thank you, Professor Dr. T.N. Singh, sir, Professor Dr. Dharmendra Singh, sir, Professor Dr. Rajiv Prakash, sir, for your insights. Thank you, Siddharth, for leading the discussion. I would now like to request Siddharth to kindly present the memento to all the panelists. I would like to request Professor Dr. T.N. Singh, sir, to kindly present the memento to Siddharth. I would now like to request all the panelists and the moderator to kindly assemble for a group photograph. Thank you very much, everyone. We will now move on to the next set of awards. Can I kindly request Roma ma'am to kindly join me on the stage to present these awards? Just a couple of minutes, ma'am. They just clear the stage and then we'll come. Before we start the next set of awards, 3 of our awardees would like to leave early to catch a flight. I would request Roma ma'am to kindly present these 3 awards before we start the scheduled set of awards. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Rajneesh Kamath sir, Homi Bhabha State University Vice-Chancellor, for a couple of awards. One is the Changemaker Academics Award, and the second one is the Excellence in Higher Education Award. Can I please request Dr. Rajneesh Kamath sir to come on stage? A round of applause, please. There's one more award. Congratulations and thank you very much, sir, for your patience. Thank you so much. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Surud, sir, MIT School of Distance Education, for his Changemaker Awards. Just a reminder, the certificates and the boxes for your awards can be collected from the registration desk. As the saying goes, we make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give. Today, we celebrate those who have gone above and beyond in giving back to society. The Excellence in CSR Award honors the remarkable contributions made by individuals and organizations in driving positive social change. Today, we gather to honor those who have not only understood this responsibility, but have embraced it with excellence. The Excellence in CSR Award recognizes individuals and organizations whose efforts in CSR go beyond business objectives, focusing on the greater good of society. Our winner has implemented impactful projects, uplifted underserved communities, promoted sustainability, and helped bridge gaps in skill development, education, healthcare, and livelihoods. Their work demonstrates that success is not just measured in profits, but in the positive difference they create in the world. By aligning business goals with the needs of the community, they have truly exemplified the spirit of corporate citizenship, reminding us that the real measure of success is how much we give back. We are proud to celebrate the leadership, vision, and unwavering commitment to make the world a better place. The Corporate CSR Award goes to Sandvik Mining and Rock Technology India Private Limited. To collect this award, I would like to invite Shri Ravi Arora on stage. A round of applause, please. This is a special CSR award. Congratulations, Ravi. Thank you, Roma ma'am. I would like to request you to kindly stay back on stage to present the next award, which is the Jury Special Award. Your disability is your opportunity to shine differently in a world full of ordinary. The Jury Special Award honors organizations that prioritize genuine, impactful social initiatives, driven by a deep commitment to societal welfare rather than the pursuit of public recognition or media coverage. Selected by the esteemed jury, this award recognizes organizations whose initiatives have made a significant and sustainable difference in the areas of employability and social change. Youth for Jobs is a pioneering organization dedicated to empowering youth with disabilities by providing them with the skills and opportunities necessary to enter the workforce. Youth for Jobs focuses on vocational training, employability skills, and creating inclusive workplaces. At the helm of Youth for Jobs is Meera Shinoy, a visionary leader with a compassion for inclusive development. Meera's work has earned her national and international recognition, including several prestigious awards, as she continues to inspire change, ensuring that the future of work in India is truly inclusive for all. Meera is accompanied by Shri Arif Syed. May I invite you to please come on the stage? Arif Syed. Yes, I did. Thank you, Roma ma'am, Meera and Arif. Thank you. Oh, is it? Yeah. Ma'am informs me that Arif works in this hotel itself. A reminder to all the award winners to collect the certificate and award boxes from the registration desk. I would kindly invite Sarika Hegre to take over the stage and navigate us through the next phase of this remarkable event. Sarika, over to you.
Thank you, Anshul. As you must have all heard, John Dewey, the famous educational reformer, once said, "To find out what one is fitted to do And to secure an opportunity to do it is the key to happiness. In a country brimming with youthful energy and potential, we often find ourselves puzzled about why qualified individuals struggle to find the right job opportunities, or why employers struggle to find the right candidate. Coming up next is a panel discussion on this very interesting and often debated topic, the Indian paradox. Where is the talent versus where is the job? Today's panel brings together distinguished leaders from the industry, people who have seen this crisis from close quarters and have often complained about the inadequacy of the education system to provide them with skilled resources. We also have on the panel a lady who has been trying to make ends meet and working closely with policymakers to make amends. The session will be moderated by Mr. Karthik Narayan, CEO Staffing at Team Lease Services, who plays a pivotal role as a mediator between the talent seekers and the providers. Welcome, Karthik, on stage. Our panelists will discuss the current talent landscape and job market dynamics. They will provide their valuable insights and brainstorm to come up with innovative solutions to harness talent effectively. I can assure you, this discussion is bound to be electrifying and will set the stage ablaze. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists on stage. Dr. Abhilasha Gaur, CEO, Electronic Sector Skills Council of India. Mr. Govind Prasad Gaonkar, Head of Human Resource Department, Kotak Mutual Fund. Ms. Lucky Kulkarni, Director and Group Head Human Resources, Member of the Management Board, Gina and Company. Ms. Gauri Das, Head HR Marketing Admin, India Factoring and Finance Solutions Private Limited. Welcome to all the panelists and the moderator. I would like to inform the audience here that due to paucity of time, we won't be taking questions during the discussion. However, the panelists will be available later for any kind of interaction. Over to you, Karthik.
Hello. All right, fantastic. So if you missed all the panels, this is the panel to hear. Okay, throughout the day. So that's the good part. Good summary of just about every single topic that you heard of so far. But more importantly, I think from the start you heard government, you heard to an extent academia, some from the industry. What we'll try and do is summarize, some part of the questions, but really from a corporate point of view. Right? So what's the paradox we're talking about so far? I think the paradox, as summarized in the beginning, we're really speaking about the fact that the sheer number of graduates getting produced in India. We heard Siddharth speaking in the previous panel about 15 lakh engineers, and the IITians, there are only 16,000 of them, by the way. So that represents only 5% of the overall engineers getting produced, because we always seem to speak about IITs and IIMs in the context of what's right with the country, but there's a sheer number of engineers getting produced, and there is a challenge with being able to place them. Just to give you a sense to the audience, there are roughly 65 lakh graduates which pass out every year. The most preferred degree courses are BA, followed by BSc, BCom, and pretty much most of them, in an unfortunate sense, not really employable. And whose data is this? This is not my data. Let me give you a couple of data before we start out from a corporate point of view. Both Ministry of Statistics and Ministry of Labor have come out with data saying up to 15% of graduates actually are not employed. Right? That's the average. But the paradox really is the states which are the highest in literacy, if you take Kerala, for example, or Goa, for example, there that percentage goes up even higher to 20%. So 20% of those graduates are not employable at all. But what is the bigger paradox? I think the bigger paradox is the fact that, and we have 3 folks from corporates, 2 from the banking finance, 1 from logistics, and of course Dr. Abhilasha represents mostly from a more policy perspective. The question really is, on one hand, we have a challenge where we are not able to fill positions, right? And let me start with myself. I run a business where on any given month, I have 30,000 open positions, and we barely manage to fill 1/3 of it. So think of that, 30,000 positions on any given month, and we barely manage to fill 1/3 of it. And I know that in many places, because of the sheer attrition which is there, right, that even businesses are struggling to kind of fill it. So what exactly from a corporate point of view to kickstart this, before we delve into even deeper topics on this aspect, is the issue in terms of unemployment like the way you're seeing it? Why is it that you're not able to fill positions when there is a surplus of, educated people available across all states? We'll start with you, Govind, and then we'll go back and then come back to Dr. Abhilash.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. The real issue that we face as corporates is that we don't really venture out. We try to hire people from within the industry or the sector. So in a way, we are cannibalizing our own industry. We are not expanding the industry. Okay. How much are we really collaborating with institutes or colleges? Okay. The MBA course today, is it relevant? How relevant is it given the corporate framework? Are people or students who complete their MBAs, are they really employable? Are they knowledgeable enough to really enter into the corporate world? I think they are not. Okay, and over the years, we've been hiring from various institutes. We feel the quality of students has kind of deteriorated. And I think industry, that is we, and the institutes have to work together, collaborate much more deeper to be able to churn better quality of students who can be employed readily in the industry.
Okay, Gina, from your perspective, I remember we spoke early on the day and you kind of spoke about the fact that you train people and then the people leave. Seems like a paradox there itself.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I agree to what Govind says. There are a lot of people available for employment, but how many of them are employable? That is a big question mark. Now, I represent logistic industry. Of course, nowadays you see that universities have logistic courses in logistics, courses on supply chain. But in spite of that, I am not able to take a talent whom I can put them on job. I have to train them. And my worry is that if I train them, will they be with me for a longer time? Because there's a cost of training. The other thing is that now, since we have so many vice-chancellors and deans of the universities, I would really want to send this message, we really need something more than just education. Of course, a lot of skill development institutes have come up. Like, for example, I look for a custom qualified person. So I'm representing Gina and Company. We are into global logistics, 124 years young company. We do custom clearance, we do global logistics and international freight forwarding. Now, for custom clearance, I don't get people in the universities. So we have to motivate people within the organization to take custom exam, that is your H card, the G card, the F card. I'm sure many of you all are not even aware about it. Till I joined this industry, I was not aware about it too. This is not known to the students that these are the exams which you need to take, be custom qualified, and then get into logistic industry. People are not aware. So the only reason where we really get stuck, in spite of having vacancies, there is people available, but we are not able to employ them because we need to spend a lot on them, and time becomes a problem.
Got it. Gauri, from your point of view?
Yeah, so I agree with both of them. And from banking, the biggest challenge today is to get people in compliance. And to cite an example, from 28 candidates who were working in one of the banks, we could get 2 candidates, and both of them had 3 offers at the same time with 50%, 70% and 75% hike. So that is the scenario, because like Govind said, we are picking up people only from that pool because everyone wants to hit the road running. Nobody wants to invest time in skilling people, or because businesses are also cutthroat, so there is no other way about it. Even for smaller jobs like private banking, not a rocket science, compliance at least has come newly last 5-10 years only. For that also, I was speaking to one of the private banking branch head, and he was saying, I'm not getting people for sales role. Now that is a very, very simple role. So I said, what are you looking at? Superhuman chahiye kya? Otherwise you will get people. And he was like, no, I'm just looking for people who could speak well, who can connect with HNIs, and I would be sorted. So biggest problem I'm seeing is in soft skills. That's the area where we need to really focus on. And second, definitely the challenge would be lesser if we are ready to invest in them. So yeah.
So all the three from academia kind of answer. So I think the audience largely from university and colleges, I think that's one feedback, but I'll come to that in a second. Abhilasha, you are working with corporates as well. What is that they are telling you, from being able to produce people who can be effective on job from day one?
See, rather than what I have been hearing, if I see what we have been hearing since afternoon here, so earlier when we heard from academia, and the paradox is not only that talent and jobs, but the paradox is when Dr. Majumdar in his speech said that in late 90s or in early 2000, there was a gap that what academia is producing and what industry wants. In 2024, the same thing my co-panelists are also telling. So that's the paradox. So from academia point of view, people feel, yes, the curriculum is developed. We have world-class facilities in our labs. We do have professors with industry experience. But when we hear from the industry, that's the another side of the coin. So almost 77 years of independence, and we are talking few more years, 2047, and we want to be a developed nation. So this paradox has to become a paradise.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the things will not change. And when I say it has to become paradise, in that case, for bridging this gap, the government have already started taking steps. Just to highlight some of them, if you know that earlier it used to be Ministry of HRD and then Ministry of Education. So around 10 years back, it was realized that not only that, one of my co-panelists said, the quality of students is deteriorating. Another one said, we need more than education. So I think government also realized the need, and they said, we need to have a separate ministry for skills and entrepreneurship, because that is the way forward. So it's not only the basic foundation degree, but skilling, which will be icing on a cake, which will increase the price value of a plain vanilla cake to a fondant cake, or you can say, same way the employability quotient have to be increased. Like, for example, for logistics, maybe a BBA logistics or a BTech logistics, but do they actually know how to fill various forms? So that is the reason the Ministry of Skill Development, the thing has come that India identifies 36 sectors where anybody can get employment. So it can be, I was just talking to somebody, I was telling them it can be aviation, it can be automobile, it can be banking, it can be construction, it can be even the domestic workers who are working at your places, it can be green jobs, it can be IT, ITS, it can be electronics, and so on. So in these 36, government has made 36 sector skill councils. So all these sector needs can be identified. And this gap, what we are seeing today, so there is a logistics sector skill council also, and there is a banking and financial sector skill council also, who focuses on these sectors and says, okay, you have done maybe 12th, you have done a diploma or a ITI or a graduation, maybe a BTech, then do you require some domain knowledge also after that? And these courses can be a 60-hour course or a 600-hour course. So normally 3 to 6 months of programs, which are more of, you can say, hands-on training kind of things, that what actually industry requires. So skilling does not say that the foundation degree is not required. We only say that once you have a foundation degree, you keep on adding those certifications. You keep on adding those value-added programs, and that is what the corporate requires.
Got it. I think, one news item that, many of you would have read, which came over almost a month back, about an IT company, being trolled saying, listen, you're still paying the same salary that you paid for freshers 20 years back, right? Which was pretty much minimum wages. When you go back, by the way, to the CHRO of some of the mid-size IT companies, when I went back, they said, listen, the paradox is they think it's a salary, but it's a stipend. Because, that's really not a salary. I'm really teaching them for soft skills and hard skills. So that's the problem. When you go back to the university and speak to them, they said, please look at corporate's track record. They can't even forecast what's going to be the next job. How am I expected to be able to teach something that even corporates don't know about? So it's both sides of the story. Now you see I'm putting in a bit of a spot from the corporate side. What is the expectation really? So one is vocational skills, and that's understandable. What's really the expectation from the university? From an education perspective.
Yeah, so one of the things that we've tried is the hire, train, and deploy model. We hire graduates or even MBAs from tier 3, tier 4 institutes. We put them through a 3-month residential course. And for that, we've tied up with an institute. But we have our employees who go in as lecturers. We also help the institute to create a curriculum for this course. And that has helped to a great extent. Okay, to give you a broad number, we had hired about 35 people across the country. Of those, we were able to absorb 33, which is a pretty high number. So I think this is one of the experiments that has helped us, and we want to continue doing that because this is the only way where we can get trained staff who can fit into our company and our culture. Because during these 3 months, it's not just technical knowledge that is important. It's important for students to understand our culture, interact with our people, and also they get to, during these 3 months, they also get to work on an internship with the company.
Got it.
So both theoretical and practical knowledge over these 3 months help the students to be better employable, so to speak.
Thank you.
I'll give an example of another industry, not my industry. I was in touch with the CEO who once told me that he needs to employ 2,000 people in a span of 6 months, and they are not available. So he was looking for some agency who could generate or produce those type of people. So I tried to understand what it is. So they were into medical transcription. Now see, medical transcription, friends, it's a very big field. It's a KPO. It's not only medical transcription, even the legal transcription. India being a very good, place for US to have these things done because we have a very good time zone difference. So in the night, what happens in US, they have HIPAA compliances, but the doctors are supposed to keep the medical record for 7 years. That cannot be kept in the voicemail. The dictaphone, they send it to India in the night when they finish. Our people, it's morning, we do all the work, in the night we send it back. So we are very good in doing all those things, and India is having a good population speaking English. But they're not able to get it. Now, how many universities know that there's something called as transcription that needs to be, we need to have this thing. So I met Mr. Vijay Khole. This was long back, the Vice-Chancellor of Mumbai University in 2007 or something. And I told him, listen, there's a friend of mine who requires 2,000 people. You don't have that course. He put me on to Garware Institute. They said, yeah, it's a very interesting thing, but humne kiya nahi. So those people helped them to start that course, develop the curriculum and everything, and then they started in various colleges. I don't know how much it's going, but see, this is a requirement, this is a need of the hour, that we need to understand where the employability is there, what are the skills required. And if the universities can have those courses, a short courses, any graduate can do it, not necessarily science, even arts graduate can do it, there will be so much of employment.
Absolutely. If you could throw some light on maybe, we speak disproportionately about, hard skills or even functional skills for that matter. I think Ms. Roma Balwani spoke about, creative thinking, collaboration. I think some of the more softer skills. Yeah. I think a disproportionate number of employers, when they speak to us, are really looking, because 55% employment is in the services sector, really look from a soft skills perspective. Yeah. What do you think either corporate or even institutions can do about it?
Yeah, I think a lot of scope there, because anyways in our business we don't look for people who know factoring. I'm sure most of the audience has never heard about factoring, so we are not expecting that you know factoring. But what we try to say, for example, the general thing, can you read balance sheet? If you are an MBA Finance, you should know that much, like she said. So likewise, but yes, certain examples that I have seen, one, things are glorified for people, for students. They are told that you will be quickly growing. So the patience level, they need to be told the right picture that every year you are not going to get promoted. Things will not go around you. I remember an intern joining in relationship team. And we had hybrid at that point of time, and she called HR team and she said, I want to come to office on Thursday. Can you tell the whole team to come the same day? It's hybrid, you can come anytime. But the intern is expecting that people will revolve around her schedule. So that kind of expectation, that is one thing. Second, Second, I'm seeing patience levels are very low because, like I said, things have been glorified and told, aisa ho jayega, waisa ho jayega. Things would be very quick, like Instagram likes. It is not going to happen. So that is second thing. And third, I've seen that in depth, whenever they have to work, they find it really difficult. So putting in more efforts, because now ChatGPT is available to do assignments, maybe the capacity to work hard has also gone down. So these are some areas where institutes need to really work hard and also involve academia in industry, because the right picture should be told to them. Many a times they think that I would not go for a sales job. Like we were discussing yesterday, we also face it. Whenever there is a sales role, the applications are very few, and at the last moment they will say, nahi, mujhe nahi karna. Because we know this generation is not where they need to make money for living. So these are some of the small things. I'm not putting big names around them, but very, very small things, but very important when it comes to not only entering there, but sustaining also the corporate life.
Got it. I'm just going to stay on that theme, Dr. Abhilasha. One of the lesser known things is that, the sector scale also kind of trains in-store promoters, right? Which is not necessarily hard functional skills, but even softer skills, right? Can you share, what is it that, the government is doing in this aspect?
Definitely we also have to set the expectation of the candidates, and not only when they are in college. The expectations have to be set once they are in school. They have to be told that it is not, because once we are talking to kids, the general question, once a child becomes 2 to 3 years old, once they start blabbering and speaking, the most favorite question of any parent or relative is, kya banoge bade hoke? And they would expect doctor, engineer, chartered accountant, maybe a fashion designer, textile designer. But do the parents also know that what are the different kind of jobs which are available? Like, let's say if we are talking about medical transcriptions or legal process outsourcing, what is happening, are we giving those options? Those options are not there. Not even in most of the textbooks. I mean, the examples which are given in the textbooks will be around these 8 to 10 career also. That ways. So nobody will say, once I'll grow up, I'll become an in-store promoter or an in-store demonstrator. But just imagine how many jobs are there. Whenever you are stepping out of your house, you are going to any of the shops, the person who is there to sell that particular product, it can be a jewelry, it can be a retail, it can be a textile, it can be an electronic product, it can be anything. So that is the person who is demonstrating any product to you. So just imagine how many jobs which are available in the market. But are our candidates, are our kids aspire to become that? So that will not even one of the options in their case. But once we are talking this, so this is one of the CSR initiative of one of the, you can say a famous brand in electronics which is there. And under their CSR, so in phase 1, we have trained around 2,000 people in 52 cities. And these 52 cities are from remote parts of Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and almost we covered around 15 states, and in which they were given a month of training. And rather than calling soft skills, we have started calling it human skills, because there is nothing soft or hard. It is either a domain knowledge, a domain skill, or the human skills. And human skills is all about how you are communicating and how you are relating to a particular customer or a client in that case. So after this 1 month of training, a student undergoes 5 months of internship and a stipend is being paid. So in phase 1, it was 10,000. And right now I'm happy to tell that we have collaborated with Teamlease only, and we'll be training 2,000 more people in next 10 months, where after 1 month of training, a candidate will be going for an internship for 5 months and he'll be paid 15,000 rupees. The main reason is that a student doesn't have to come out from their remote area. So if a student is coming from, let's say, Dhanbad to Delhi, in that, if I calculate the cost of living in 15,000, he'll not make anything. But just imagine that he's staying at home and he's working at the nearby store. If he's getting 15,000, he'll be able to earn his livelihood. That is okay for him. So that is how these
and I think
some of the corporate initiatives.
Completely agree. And I think your point made on imagination of what jobs are available outside, is extremely poor. In fact, one statistic says 70% of jobs which are present today was not there in 1950s, right? I mean, just look at the, sheer, variety of jobs which are now there, which was not there previously. But I'll start with you on the next question, as to how to prepare people. See, much before, all our admiration for China, etc., and all that was Germany, right? And that's largely because of a robust, apprentice program that they put in place. Even as we speak, Germany is roughly 3%. China has about 20 million apprentices, but India is still 0.10% or 0.14% of the overall. What is it? We do have an apprentice program. What is it and where is it that we are going wrong in terms of corporates being able to adopt a lot more apprentices? Because that seems a real way of being able to introduce people in jobs. And you've studied the German system. If you could share, what has been your experience?
See, definitely, if I talk about the German VET, vocational education training system, then it says that in Germany, if we see and how they started, and a lot of other European countries also, they said that if a person had reached to a level of a CXO also, he might have gone through a 2 to 4 years of apprenticeship program. Whereas in India, if I talk to anybody as a parent also, that you get a choice that you would like your son or daughter to get enrolled in a BTech, BCom, BSc or a BVoc program. Or would you like, once the degree is completed, a student should go as an apprentice or as a full-time employee? Most of the parents say, no BVoc, we are not sure what kind of degree it is. Second is, no, we don't want to enroll them as an apprentice because let them sit at home, we are capable enough and we can make them feel, but we don't want to go them as apprenticeship. So I think a lot of mindset has to be changed. The reason is respect for skills is missing in India when I compare it with other countries. And that is the main reason why this ratios, what we are talking, are quite less in that case. But definitely the way forward is apprenticeship only in that case. Until unless the industries feel that, until unless the students have hands-on knowledge about that what kind of, let's say, for example, for manufacturing companies, a student in their 2 to 4 years of complete undergraduation or post-graduation, they have never seen a manufacturing machine. They have never seen a CNC machine. They have never seen that what is EMS, what is SMT, on what machines they'll be operating. So they have only seen in the books. So once they reach, and that ma'am was also saying that they undergo a 3 months of training or a residential training, same way the same problem happens. But just imagine if in apprenticeship, let it be 3 months, 6 months, or let it be 12 months also, if students start going as an apprenticeship, so they'll have a complete 360-degree view that how a company works. And then I think this is one of the solution, a probable solution for this paradox also. The student is aware of how the industry is working and industry is able to train them as per their requirements.
Yeah. From a more corporate perspective, hire, train, deploy is one of the models he spoke about. Why would across all industries, and earlier in the day we saw Atul Tiwari ji spoke, I think Dr. Vidya from Symbiosis also kind of asked that question, saying why that is the percentage of apprentice adoption is not high. What is the downside from a corporate perspective to be able to do that?
So we've tried hiring interns under this scheme. Our experience, and my personal experience has been that we've seen a lot of dropouts because the candidates have not been able to cope. They were not ready to take on these roles, and we ensured that we gave them an easy start, not really a challenging target-based job. We wanted them to learn. The objective was not to drive them to show performance or display performance, but the idea was to train them on the job. But one, we saw a lot of dropouts. The other thing was there was a sense of entitlement in most students. They felt, as an intern, I don't think I should work beyond, say, a 9 to 5. Okay, I'll do my job and I feel I'm good at it and I'm doing a good job, and they never accepted feedback. I think these couple of things were the key issues, which is why we were not very successful in driving this scheme in the companies that I had worked for in the past.
And I'm going to just use that. Sorry, you want to say something?
See, basically, I agree to what Govind says. It's a lot of investment when you're hiring an intern under whatever scheme it is. You hire 15, 20 of them. By the time 1 year is over, 70% are gone. So like a lot of time, money, energy we spend, and they are not available for us to continue. So I think the youth now is very restless. If there could be some sort of a binding that they have to complete the training and work at least for 2 more years, then it makes sense for us to move forward. That binding is not there. Today, bonds have no value. We don't take bonds from anyone. But if there is some sort of a binding from the universities or from the scheme or the policy makers, that once you are employed as an apprentice or a trainee in some company, you complete your training and then you will have to serve minimum 2 years. That will give us a lot of confidence to hire more and more people.
Got it. I think that's a more practical solution. I'm just going to take a segue from what both of them said. I think a very large part of the corporate narrative, and even amongst contemporaries, that Gen Z and Gen A, we spoke about that earlier as well. There's a bit of a stereotyping that they perhaps not want to work that hard, right? In fact, some of my recruiters, if I ask them, saying when they kind of advertise for sales job, what is the 2 questions they get? The question 1 they get is saying, does the job have a target? Is it a field job or a sales job, right? And then, of course, that kind of fuels the stereotype around that. But I think we might be, perhaps being a bit more judgmental and harsh, because as somebody said, that's the generation which has been born, with so much more material comfort than the previous generation is born in. How much of the unemployment problem is really due to the fact that we are really not able to match the aspiration of what people want to do with the reality of what jobs there are right now? What's your view on that?
Yeah, I think that has been a problem with each generation. When we came into workforce, our earlier ones said, "Ye kisi kaam ke nahi hai," and now we are also saying the same thing, that "Ye kisi kaam ke nahi hai." So yes, as leaders, we have to do a lot of work and change our thought process, change our mindset. And I had a different experience from both of you when it comes to internship, apprentice. We got very good people. They are with us for quite some time. The only thing is, they want things to come by very quickly. 3 mahine ho gaye, please make me a full-time employee. That is not going to happen. So yes, a lot of stereotyping at our end also, but I have seen they are very enthusiastic. They know technology much better than us, and they are ready to put their foot forward. So some of the things I would say they bring to the table, we need to be ready to be reverse mentored and get attuned to their culture, their ways of working. So काम दोनों side को करना है.
Allow me to comment on this. My PhD topic was generational differences of Generation X and Generation Y for their work values and organizational commitment. You'll be surprised to know the organizational commitment of Generation Y, people who were born between 1980 to almost 2000, and people who were born from before 1980, organizational commitment was more for Generation Y. Whereas everybody is talking that the commitment of new generation is reducing. No. I'll tell you some of the examples. For Generation X, my job was 9 to 6 or 10 to 5. For the new generation, they don't look at the watch. If you give them a task, either they'll say, we'll not do it. If the guy will say, I will do it, then he'll complete it. He will not look at the watch, it is 9 p.m. or 12 p.m. So the commitment, and this was vetted by a lot of HRs also in that case. I'm not talking about work values because they were found more for Generation X, but organizational commitment, they said. And another thing what was talked was instant gratification. Instant gratification is due to the ecosystem. भूख लगी, Zomato. कहीं जाना है, Uber. कुछ चाहिए, Amazon. कहीं जाना है, make my trip. So everything is instant. Within 2 to 3 minutes, I can do everything. So once they go to the jobs, so that is the instant gratification what they look forward. स्कूल के अंदर में आप कुछ गलत करते थे, आज आपका 2 साल का बच्चा ड्राइंग करता है, जो बचपन से करते हैं, एक फिगर बना है, उसमें कलर करना है. कलर बाहर निकलता था, पहले हम डांट मारते थे. आजकल कलर बाहर निकलता है, वैसे आउट ऑफ बॉक्स, फेसबुक, इंस्टा पे बोला, वाओ, लुक एट माय चाइल्ड. You can't use a red pen in the school. You can't fail a child. In sports meet, you find top 3 and you find bottom 3 also, Santavna Puruskar. So this is the kind of parenting. This is what is happening in the schools. How can you think when these kids will come to the offices and the manager will say, do this, and they'll say, no, you give a pat on my back, you give me a certificate, मैं तो नहीं काम करूँगा. So I was in one of the CHRO conference few years back, and they said कि बच्चों को यूनिफॉर्म में नहीं आना था, हमने बोला चाहे शॉर्ट्स पहन के आइए. बच्चों को अपनी गाड़ी से नहीं आना था, हमने कैब देना शुरू कर दिया. ब्रेकफास्ट, लंच, डिनर ऑफिस में ही सब होता है. हमें टेबल चेयर पे नहीं बैठना है, हमारे ऑफिस में बीन बैग्स है. अब हम क्या करें कि ये बच्चे काम करें? सो these are the real life problems in the workforce. And definitely some changes have to be done. That's why I say, if this paradox has to become paradise, then the things have to start from school. And when I say school, so let's change the ABCD. And when I say change the ABCD, literally change the ABCD. So it's not A for apple, B for boy, C for cat, or D for dog. Why it started? So that because these things were near, it was easy for a parent or for a teacher to relate to the kids that this is what, and you learn this alphabet. Why don't we have A for artificial intelligence, B for blockchain, C for cyber or coding, or D for data analytics, and I for IoT or sensor? And believe me, it will not be difficult for teacher or parents. Tell them, if you're talking to Alexa, it's machine learning. If you're going somewhere, the door opens. So that's a sensor. If you put your hand under a tap, the water is coming. But just imagine a 3-year-old child, if they will be told about these concepts, then what we are talking about, the STEM education or the kind of vision what the kids need to have, so they'll have a different mindset. Imagine everybody is talking about semiconductors. India still does not have a fabrication unit in India for chips, whereas everybody is using those chips. When we go to 12th class students and we meet them, we literally have to tell them that what the government is talking about chips and wafers, they're not from Lay's. There's something else. So these are kind of things. One more, I'll just take a few more seconds, and I'll just like to ask regarding the NAPS question. Do you really feel there are a lot of people from corporate here? Do you really feel you can be jailed, or let it be softer? Do you really feel you can be fined if you don't hire an apprentice in your organization? If you can raise your hands. The government can fine you or jail you if you don't hire apprentices? Nobody feels. Yes, they can. So that's a law. National Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme says that if you are a manufacturing or a service unit, if you hire more than 30 employees in your company, then you need to hire minimum 2%, maximum 15% of the employees as apprentices. If you don't do it, it's a legal compliance, which you are not following. So this kind of advocacy is required. And government pays you back. There's a direct benefit transfer. So if you are hiring an apprenticeship, if you are getting a contract generated, some amount will be returned back to you, and that is also a direct benefit transfer. So if people will know that these facilities are available, I'm sure the percentages will increase. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think we are pretty much over time. So, but great points made. In summary, there's no one silver bullet to kind of solve for this. We heard from academia, we heard from corporates on what issue they were. I think great point on, some of the more recent generation being really committed. We spoke to, the chairman of a large FMCG company based out of here. One of the things he said, listen, which needs to distinctly change in the way we are interacting with Gen Z is, don't aim for loyalty, aim for commitment. If they're going to stay for 2 years, they'll be committed for the 2 years. They're not going to be committed to stay with you for 10 years. And I think that's the big difference. Thank you so much. Great points. And thank you to the audience.
That was indeed an insightful and thought-provoking discussion. Quoting John Dewey again, if we teach today's students as we taught yesterday's, we rob them of tomorrow. So let us all do our bit in forging the alliance between education and employability. I would now request Mr. Karthik to present the memento to our panelists. Requesting Dr. Abhilasha Gaur to present the memento to Mr. Karthik. A group photo, please. Let us now move on to our next segment of awards, that is the Corporate Excellence Awards. The Corporate Excellence Award celebrates organizations that have made remarkable strides in enhancing education and employability. This award honors those making significant contributions to bridging the gap between the two, like apprenticeship drives, CSR programs, developing and implementing effective methods for recruiting and integrating fresh talent into their organization. To present the awards, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Jaideep Kevalramani, COO of Team Lee's Edtech. Before we proceed with the Corporate Excellence Awards, there are two awardees who would like to leave early, so would be inviting them first. Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Anantapur, for the Higher Education Excellence Award. Zariwala, Indian Institute of Management, the Changemaker Award for Academia. I think he has left. She's here. Okay, sorry. We now proceed with the Corporate Excellence Awards. Teleperformance. Would like the representative to come on stage, please. Limited. Cipla Limited also has the award in Changemaker Award industry, so would like to invite Mr. Zahid Ali on stage. The next award goes to Higher Appliances India Private Limited. A round of applause, everyone. Next award goes to IIFL Samastha Finance Limited. winner in the category is Trent Hypermarket Private Limited. The next award goes to Voltas Limited. Okay. We move on to the next award winner, that is New Age Computers Technologies Private Limited. A round of applause, everyone. The next award winner is Crompton Greaves Consumer Electricals Limited. Thank you, Jaideep. Congratulations to all our Corporate Excellence Award winners. Please do remember to collect your certificates and award boxes from the registration desk. We now move forward to the Change Maker Awards in Industry and Education. The Change Maker Award celebrates exceptional leaders in the industrial and academic sectors who have driven transformative changes in enhancing employability and skill development. These trailblazers have driven impactful change through innovation, forward-thinking initiatives, and a commitment to enhancing India's workforce and education system, thus contributing to the vision of Making India Employable. To present these awards, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Parag Diwan, Chairman of Paradigm Consultants and Resource Management Private Limited. Let us call up our winners on stage. Captain A. Nagaraj Subbarao from SEMS Dayananda Sagar University. Dr. Nitin Kulshrestha from Christ, deemed to be University. Dr. K.B. Lingegowda, Sri Siddharth Academy of Higher Education. Please continue clapping, everyone. Dr. Nagesh Patil, Indian Institute of Technology, Bhilai. S. Gurulingam, Acharya College of Engineering Technology. Dr. Sadhna Kumari, Anukram Group of Companies. Okay, we move forward. Dr. V.K. Jain, TMU. I think he's not present. Dr. Vaibhav Jadhav, Pune University. Thank you, Dr. Parag, for doing the honors. A reminder to all the award winners to collect their certificates and boxes from the registration desk. Just to remind you, everyone is welcome to capture everlasting memories at our selfie booth outside. Also, don't forget to share your experiences at our video booth. We would love to hear what was your experience here. I would now like to invite Dr. T.N. Singh, IIT Patna Director, to present the next set of awards. The first award goes to Mr. Nagendra Kumar, Shadowfax Technologies. Dr. Karuna Mutalik, Clini Launch Research Institute. Mr. Suraj Shetty, Ring. Mr. Wasim Pasha, No Broker Technology Solutions Private Limited. I think we don't have him here. Dr. Nagana Gowda, SJ, Tally Solutions Limited. Ms. Rimi Roy Chaudhary, Leaders Edge Consulting Private Limited. Mr. Viraj Kulkarni, Pivot Management Consulting Private Limited. Mr. Marian Jason, Focus Edumatics Private Limited. Trimbati, Atos. We do not have him here. Mr. Aman Dwivedi, Ion Exchange Limited. Miss Melissa Francis, Team Leads Edtech. Is she here? Okay. Mr. Chris Jose, Muthoot Microfinance Limited. Mr. Shiv Shankar Khandelwal, IFCO E-Bazaar Limited. Ms. Supriya Kabra, Cosmic Consultants. Congratulations to all our winners. You inspire us all to continue with our efforts. I would request Dr. T.N. Singh to please stay on stage for some more time for the other set of awards also. I would now like to invite my colleague, Ms. Gitika, to take you to the next segment of awards. Over to you, Gitika.
Thank you, Sarika, and congratulations to all the winners. Now let's move on to the next category of awards. I'm excited to introduce a prestigious recognition, the Excellence in Higher Education Award. This award honors institutions that have made remarkable strides in enhancing both education and employability. It celebrates achievements in developing exceptional vocational programs, providing robust career services, advancing education in rural and remote areas, promoting digital literacy and skill development, and implementing innovative technology to improve the efficacy of learning. These institutions are recognized for their commitment to shaping the future of higher education and equipping students with the skills they need to thrive in today's competitive workforce. To present this set of awards, we already have Sir on stage, and the first award in this category goes to Gujarat University. Congratulations. The next award goes to SRM Institute of Science and Technology. Let's give a big round of applause for our next winner, Acharya College of Engineering Technology. Congratulations, sir. Can I request the team from University of Madras to come up on stage to collect their award, please? University of Madras. Congratulations. The next award goes to Shri Shri University. Can we have a representative on stage, please? Okay, moving on. The next award goes to Center for Distance and Online Education, Shivaji University. Can we please hear a big round of applause for the winners? Congratulations. The next award goes to Jamia Hamdard, deemed to be university. I think sir was here a little while ago. Okay, maybe he had to leave. Okay. Moving on, the next award goes to Center for Distance and Online Education, Kurukshetra University. I think they're also not here. So the next one goes to Dr. D.Y. Patil, Vidyapeeth Center for Online Learning, Pune. Can I request the representative from D.Y. Patil to please come up on stage? Okay. A heartfelt thank you to all the winners of the Excellence in Higher Education Award. Your dedication and commitment to enhancing education and empowering students truly sets you apart. Congratulations on this well-deserved recognition. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. A reminder to all the individual winners to collect their certificate and award boxes from the registration desk. Everyone is invited to create lasting memories at our selfie booth, and don't forget to share your thoughts at our video booth. We'd love to hear what made this event special for you. Next, I would like to move on to the following set of awards in the Changemaker category for industry and academia. The Changemaker Award honors outstanding leaders in both industry and academia who have spearheaded transformative efforts to enhance employability and skill development. These pioneers have made significant strides through innovation, forward-thinking initiatives, demonstrating a strong commitment to improving India's workforce, education system, all while contributing to the vision of Making India Employable. To present this category of awards, I would like to invite Professor Singh, Dharmender Singh ji, on the stage, Director IIT Vadodara, to give away the awards, please. The first award goes to Professor Dr. Vijay Veer Singh from APJ Satya University. Can we have Professor Singh on stage, please? I think sir is not here. The next award goes to Professor A. Ravindranath, Central University of Kashmir. Congratulations, sir. Can we have a big round of applause, please? The next award goes to Professor Kaushik Ghosh from IIT Roorkee. Congratulations, sir. The next award goes to Professor MVS Chandrasekhar Rao from Andhra University, Center for Distance and Online Education. Congratulations, sir. The next award goes to Professor Nasir Iqbal from University of Kashmir. I think Can I request Professor P. Natarajan from Pondicherry University to come up on the stage to receive his award, please? Congratulations, sir. A big round of applause for the awardee. The next award goes to Professor Prabha Shankar Shukla from Northeastern Hill University, Shillong. I don't think she's here. The next award goes to Raj Kumar Nair from BSc Institute Limited. Congratulations, sir. The next award goes to Sapnil Shenvi from SVKM Narsi Monji Institute of Management Studies. Congratulations, Sapnil. The next award goes to Miss Usha Ramakrishnan. She's a consultant. Congratulations, ma'am. The next award goes to Mr. Tushar Jain from IIT Mandi. I don't think he's here. I think that's about it for the awards. Thank you so much, sir, for presenting the awards. I would now like to call upon Mr. Shantanu Rooj to give away the next set of awards. And the first award goes to Taniz Sheikh from Team Lees. Congratulations. A big round of applause for the winner, please. Can I please call upon stage Mr. Chetan Mahatre from Star Bazaar, a Tata and Tesco enterprise, to come up on stage and receive his award. Congratulations, Chetan. Next award goes to Snehpal Singh from BTL Consulting Private Limited. Congratulations, Mr. Singh. And And the next one goes to Ms. Nilima Raut from Trent Hypermarket Private Limited. Can we have you on stage, please, ma'am? And the next award goes to Mr. Sandeep Kumar KK from Newcott New Age Compusives Technology Private Limited. Can we have Mr. Sandeep on stage, please? Congratulations. And the award to the next award goes to Mr. Yog Joshi from AgriPay Payment Solution Private Limited. Can we have you on stage, please? Congratulations. Next award goes to Shom Mukherjee from Nivriti Associates LLP. Do we have Shom Mukherjee here, please? Okay, next one. The award goes to Bala Govind Nair from Team Lees. The next award goes to Ritika Ahuja from Eagle Monk. Congratulations. The next award in this category goes to Gauri Das from IFFS. Congratulations, Gauri. Congratulations once again. The next award goes to Atrey Dham from Biocon Biologics Limited. The next award goes to Rashmi Natarajan from HFCL Limited. Can we have you on stage, please? Congratulations. A big round of applause, please. Next, the award goes to Neha Jain from Crompton Greaves Consumer Electricals Limited. Sorry about that. Could I request Mr. Pankaj Adav from Yes Securities to come up on stage to collect his award, please? Congratulations, Pankaj. next award goes to Saurabh Raina from PMAPS. Can I request Saurabh to come up on stage, please? Congratulations, Saurabh. The next award in this category goes to Palani Swami Annamalai from IIFL Samasta Finance Limited. Can I request the team? Okay, so we have Sir here. Can we have a big round of applause for all the winners and awardees, please? Thank you so much. Thank you, Shantanu, for presenting the awards. Thank you so much. We have another award, which is the Corporate Excellence Award, and it goes to Andhra University. Sorry, it's Excellence in Higher Education goes to Andhra University. Congratulations, sir. Thank you, Shantanu, for presenting the awards. I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to all the winners of the Changemaker Award in Industry and Education. Your innovative approaches and unwavering commitment to bridging the gap between industry and education are inspiring. Thank you for leading the way and making a significant impact in our communities. Congratulations on this well-earned recognition. Now I would like to invite my colleague Kavita back on stage to continue with the proceedings. Over to you, Kavita.
Okay, so it's a wrap. We've finally come to the end of MIECA Making India Employable Conference and Awards 2024. A long day, a long evening. I'm still trying to process all that I've heard and seen. Thank you everyone for your participation, patience, and positivity. Thank you for making this event successful and purposeful. As Dr. Abhilasha Gaur said, that we just don't take back the trophies, we take back a lot of responsibility. So we wear the purpose of I am making India employable on our sleeves and promise to die trying. वाद विवाद और संवाद ऐसा दुर्लभ और अद्भुत संगम कम ही देखने को मिलता है. कोटि कोटि धन्यवाद आप सभी को. I would also like to thank our jury members who handled the mammoth task of going through around 500 applications and choosing the winners. Ms. Roma Balwani, Dr. Chandan Chatterjee, Dr. Parag Diwan, Mr. Sid Pai, and of course Dr. Mashelkar. I also thank our partners, Team Leads Edtech and Digivarsity. And before we say good night and goodbye, MIECA 2025 is slated to happen on the 24th of September. Please mark the dates on your calendar for next year. See you all. Please proceed for dinner and enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you so much.